What's up, guys? Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases. Oh, you can probably hear my Nana. She's talking so loudly. She's counting money in her head. Never mind. This is the worst opening ever. Sorry, guys. Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. It's actually my kitchen. My Nana is actually over there. Um, let's see here. I want to thank you all for being here. I know we've all been through a lot the past 2 days together, and I want to encourage everybody to take some time for their mental health, to make sure you care for yourself after the last couple of days. Um, I am very happy to ease back into some Texas detention docket hearings tonight. For those of you who are new to detention dockets as a series on my channel, that is a specific series we watch that goes back to 2020. This is in the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas, and there's usually 3 judges that we see. We have, it's going to be ongoing therapy for the last couple days. I will not take the bills. One day donations towards my therapy. But so we are in the 323rd District Court in Tarrant County, Texas. Detention hearings are different than hearings for adults. So if you're used to watching regular court, you're going to find that it's a little bit different. Firstly, the reality is that the decision to be made is really based on whether or not the child can be a danger to themselves or others after there's been probable cause found to detain them to begin with. So what we do is I will flash this sign up here or down in the bottom, and that reminds you that you can vote in the chat. You can vote as many times as you want. You can change your vote. You can change your mind. You can do it all the time. Those are okay things to do here because we learn as we go. So, as they come up, the other thing is, as always, we really try and learn what we can from these situations. We're never about, we're not about, well, let's put it this way. I don't post people's names that are in these hearings in the titles for a reason. I don't want people to be able to reverse find it based on somebody's name. These are for court nerds because these situations are unique and funny to people that watch court a lot. It's just that simple. It's why each of us have taken one of our favorite clips, this beauty. I know you've all done this, that you found online, and you brought your phone to your person, the person that was close to you in your house, who gives you that look when you watch court every day. And you're like, oh, please, this one's so funny. I need you to see it. And you start to play it and you see them just lose interest over time. And I know that's why we're here, so that you can come and hang out in a place where people understand. So these cases may seem sad. They are sad. They're very sad, but we always take this opportunity to remind ourselves we can all do better for our people in our lives and for ourselves. That's really the main thing to get. Also, time served tonight was hilarious. Great live. Also, I mean, it was just a great day for court. I love court hopping between all these live courts. That's really what I've been doing for years and why I've been doing it. So I just now have a camera a lot of the time. Let's get started. We're going to start with Judge Kim, and I've even queued these up properly, so even more hands off for me. But, last thing, guys. I'm getting really close right now. If you could please go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. I really so appreciate it, and I want to thank each and every one of you for being in the first 1,000. Oh, geez. Um, it's amazing. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the love and the comments and even the negative comments necessary. Like I read them all. I pay attention and we learn and grow. I'm not going to change who I am because like I said the other day, you guys hear half of what I scream at the TV because I literally mute myself most of the time. Anyways, let's go. Boom, let's go.
I'm starting right now. Okay, everyone, this is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 25, we are conducting these proceedings remotely via Zoom. In order to comply with the Texas Supreme Court Order number 25 regarding to the coronavirus, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube for the public to observe the proceedings inside a public courtroom, even though the courtroom itself is closed to the public. I do want to let everyone know that this is still a court proceeding. You're expected to behave yourselves appropriately as if you're in court. If you're here simply to observe, I'm going to encourage you to go to YouTube to do so. However, if you're a participant, the court does expect you to turn your camera on. If you're an officer of the court, I understand if you have other business. I do not mind if you temporarily disable your camera if something comes up. No portion of this recording or broadcast may be recorded, broadcast, or published. Any violations are punishable by contempt, which is up to 6 months in Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. We'll go and start with Danica Austin.
Will you guys bail me out?
All right, so, Ms. Kinetta, can you please turn your camera on? All right, Danica, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to make a decision whether to keep you here or to release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 business days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney.
Hi, Judge.
Yes, Ms. Taylor. Hello. All right, Danica, do you see your attorney, Ms. Taylor? She should have popped up on your screen.
Hi, Danica.
All right. All right, so Danica, you have never been here before. So you're brought in as a runaway. They made contact with you at a hotel in White Settlement. Following a call about a robbery, they ran your name and saw you were reported as a runaway. Mom could not take custody of you, so you were transported here to our facility. So you currently, back in February, you were referred out of Fort Worth for an assault case. They're saying over at Adams Middle School, you were notified. See, the police at Adams Middle School was notified by the assistant principal. There's an assault. Video showed you and two other females waiting outside the 7th grade hallway for a victim to come up the stairs so y'all could fight her. When she approached, one girl and the victim appeared to exchange words. It appeared that the victim did not want any conflict, was trying to walk away. The first girl then grabbed her by the hair and began throwing punches, hitting her in the head. She started to fight back and was outnumbered. When Danica and the other female joined in, they threw 4 to 5 punches toward her head. Spoke to the victim, said it hurt when she was struck, made her dizzy and hard to breathe. We let you go, but then in June, you were referred out of custody for burglary of a vehicle, according to the police. They were dispatched for a car burglary. Victim said the suspects entered his truck, tore up the interior, took $210 in cash and the driver's license, but left the wallet behind. Neighbor had a video showing a male and female entering the vehicle by opening the driver's door. Later, the officer received a phone call in reference to suspicious persons, and you were identified. And so you were brought in an assault case in February. We let you go. You were referred for a burglary vehicle case in June, but you were let go. So Ms. Rojas, kids have a pending case, and then they pick up another case, and detention just lets them go without a detention hearing?
I believe that was an out of custody offense that, report that came in. Mm-hmm.
All right. And so now you're picked up as a runaway at a hotel in White Settlement, and you're smoking weed while you have 2 pending cases for you. So
Your
Mom said
Honor,
you ran away back in June, came back in October for the weekend, and then left the home again. and you failed to appear for scheduled court dates due to being on runaway. So you didn't even show up at court when you're supposed to. All right, well, Danica, that makes it easy for me. Whenever one of the reasons I need to consider about keeping a child or letting him go is whether you can show up for court when you're supposed to. Since you run away, you're not going to show up for court. I'm going to go ahead and keep you. Thank you, Danica. Christian Fuller.
Jonathan's daughter was right. This is a 1.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Ms. Taylor, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rojas, are you still here or did you leave?
May have exited, but if you need me to pass on a message, Judge, I can do that.
Yeah, if you can pass a message, I'm just wondering if Ms. Marino needs to get involved because of the situation that she was found.
Right, I understand. We'll check into it, Judge.
All right, thank you.
So just hi, everybody that's in the chat. Please go ahead. Oh, we're only like 2 off of the like to people ratio. So we're okay with that. So when these comments used to happen, reminder, this is 2020. These are now 3 years ago. But when these initially I got very like, I was like, what are they talking about? What are they going to do? Why is this random lady getting asked about it, but not during court? And I found out it's a sex trafficking program, and it is for people that are found in situations that might be considered sex trafficking. I don't know. Those are probably words that I'm not even allowed to say, even though I'm talking about preventative natures, but whatever. I'll learn all those rules later. But yes, anybody that's just listening, I hope you enjoy listening. And anybody that's here and wants to chat will be here too. You can always change your mind, come back. Everyone, there's no sleep shame here. But so when a girl is found, I mean, just being technical, when a girl, I'm going to look, McPitchin, when a girl is found in a hotel, that's a pretty big signal that she may be being involved in sex trafficking, sex trafficking. And Sheriff Judd Grady or whatever down in Florida is really, really, really interesting about dealing with those types of sting operations and being very open about it in a way. So if you can learn a lot down on his YouTube channel. He's a great sheriff in Polk County, Florida, I believe that is. He's very camera hungry, 100%. But you know what? Let's just look at it. It is like I talked about, I have experience with money laundering inquiries and things like that. And the reality is that crime, money laundering, all of those things will happen in the place in which it is easiest to do so. So it's not that you'll ever be able to make a place impervious to crime. You just make it not conducive to being comfortable for people to do crime in. And that is in itself a public safety measure that some places employ. And it's not the worst in the world, especially if it includes sting operations and sort of like getting the word out there like, no, well, we're, come down here and F around and find out, basically. But anyways, so sheriff in Polk County, what I find, like, I used to get really worried. I was like, oh my God, this guy's going to have no cases that go anywhere because of all of these press conferences he gives out all this detail ahead of time. Like the DA must hate him. And then I realized, I was like, oh no, like he's got it pretty hammered down there. Like these are big task force that they put together anyways, let's continue. I don't need to go on that tangent, but we will watch some of that once I check into the copyrightability of it. So just for anybody joining us now, as we all know about real court starts and stops with the whims and the scheduling of the court. And sometimes that happens in consecutive days and sometimes it doesn't. And we found out that the divorce trial that we've been watching will be continuing in late May. I've already put it in my calendar. I've already made my appointment with my therapist. So I urge you all to do the same. And we will revisit in May, and I apologize just ahead of time for that. Okay? Let's go ahead and get going.
All right, so Christian Fuller, are you here?
Yes.
There we are. All right, Mr. Fuller, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, we'll provide one for you. Mr. Daniel has been appointed as your attorney. He's the gentleman in the orange tie. Do you see him?
Sir.
Mr. Daniel, if you can introduce yourself so you pop up on the screen.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Do you see
I'm
him,
right
Mr.
here.
Fuller?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
And
All right,
his
Christian.
mother's here too, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Hello, Mom. All right. So, Christian, you've been here for 71 days now. You're here on a warrant. You're level 1 outstanding. So, let's see.
Judge, just to refresh your memory, this is the one we had a status conference on just a little bit earlier today.
Right. You're waiting on some discovery for DNA evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
And
So,
Judge,
Christian, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, yes, he has been here just over 70 days. And he's, I think, been on level 1 all that time, or as soon as he could. So he's done quite well. And Judge, if I could just maybe say, he was originally brought in on a evading arrest and credit card abuse case, and then the officer thought he identified him as a suspect in another case, which was the more serious aggravated robbery case, and that's why he was held. He was released at one point, and I can't quite remember all the sequence of this, but he was released, and then he cut off a monitor, and his mother did report him, and that's why he was brought back in. He's now been in here 10 weeks since that time, has behaved very well. I have no doubt that his mother would report him again if there were to be a problem. And, we would like for him to be released until we can get something more on the more serious case.
Okay. Well, let's see. Christian, we released you back in August on electronic monitor. About a week and a half later, we got an alert that you cut off the monitor. Your mom confirmed it. She said, or we called your mom to confirm. She said she was at work. So we went over to your house, and it turns out the front door was open. We called your name at the door. Nobody came out. And so mom came home, said she found the ankle bracelet had been cut off and that you were gone. So we issued a warrant for you. A couple days later, mom contacted us and said that you returned home. You were apprehended and brought back here. This is when you had a pending case in February for criminal trespass. We let you out 3 days later, criminal trespass. A couple weeks later, criminal trespass. Are those all Parks Mall?
Yes, that's part of it.
All right, so May 6th, there's an aggravated robbery charge with a gun. Somehow we let you out in June. There's a stolen credit card case, criminal trespass case, and an evading arrest case. All right, so Ms. Blair, tell me about this aggravated robbery.
Your Honor, he was allegedly at the Valero gas station. One moment as I pull it up.
May 6th, I think, Your Honor. Is that what you're looking for, Ms. Blair, the date?
I'm just trying to figure out the facts behind them.
Yeah. Well, Judge, there was a robbery aggravated robbery at that Valero store. No one was arrested that night. And then whenever, I can't remember the date, sometime in June, when Mr. Fuller was spotted at the Parks Mall again, and the officer recognized him as being barred from there, and there was a chase. And that's when Mr. Fuller was taken into custody.
Okay.
And then the officer said, I think I recognize him from an earlier event, found pictures of that event being the robbery from the Valero. And in that he was wearing a mask, or I'm saying the person who was committing the robbery was wearing a mask. There were two people. And the detective or officer said, I think I recognize him as being that person.
Okay.
And that's why the charge.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Daniels, but I gotta say something. No, sorry, I won't sing at all. But seriously though, I used to think Judge Kim's saying was tap on the brakes, and I heard it all the time, but I haven't heard him say it yet at all. And I am just like waiting. No, you guys should not be pointless. There should be point. Hopefully. Anyways, but let's vote in the chat. 1 for detained, 2 for released. Sing more. Well, I was singing a song about tapping the brakes. That's what Judge Kim does. But let's just watch, please. No, wait. What was, whoa! Did Lakeisha just change her shirt? Did Lakeisha just change her shirt in court? Ma'am, I have a question for you. Did you just change your shirt in court? Because I swear to God you were wearing white before and now you're wearing red. What?
Whoever just logged in from the iPhone, please turn your camera on. This is a court proceeding. I do expect people to be there. Denise, please keep your phone still, not move around. This is still a court proceeding. Right. Ms. Blair, I'm wondering about the facts behind the aggravated robbery.
Your Honor, it actually happened on June 27th. So he was referred in by Arlington PD on that day, and the aggravated robbery offense date was on May 6th. He was brought in for the credit card abuse, the criminal trespass, invading arrest.
I'm looking for the facts around the aggravated robbery. I mean, was it a fake gun, real gun? Was he the guy holding the gun or not? Time of day, like what happened with this aggravated robbery?
Your Honor, it says, so the police responded at an armed robbery at a Valero gas station. The victim, an employee of the Valero, was sweeping the parking lot when two suspects approached him. The two suspects then assaulted the victim and forced the victim back into the store at gunpoint. Suspect number 1 grabbed the cash from 2 registers and multiple packs of cigarettes, and suspect number 2 with the gun acted as a lookout. Both suspects wore bandanas on their face. On May 14th, 2020, police obtained a surveillance video and photos. The officer recognized Christian as being suspect number 2 from a previous investigation from a different case. The officer also contacted the resource officer, counselor, and the principal at a Christian school, and they all positively identified Christian as being suspect number 2. He was brought in to JDC on June 27th for the warrant.
So he was identified as the one who's actually holding the gun.
Correct.
Yes, yes, sir. But that's what the officers said. Well, suspect number 2 was the one holding the gun, and the officer identified him as suspect number 2, which is what is in dispute, because it was all behind a mask.
Right.
And there's no DNA, as we've talked about earlier today, Judge, or we don't have any yet.
Ms. Mayor, so it says level 1 outstanding since today. How far did he drop down?
Your Honor, he's been flip-flopping between level 1 outstanding and level 1A. He was last on level 1 outstanding on October 21st. And then he got on level 1 acceptable on October 27th for profanity ×3 and slow to comply ×3. And before then, he's just been going flip-flopping between level 1 outstanding and level 1A.
So he hasn't dropped down to 2 then?
The last time he dropped down to 2 was on September 8th.
What was that for?
Talking during a movie ×2.
And this is how I know I would be in so much trouble in Kimbo. Talking in a movie ×2. Those are rookie numbers. Talking in a movie, I'm literally interrupting this right now to talk. And that's only because I can. If I would just talk over it. Holy shit. Anyways, sometimes I think they set these kids up for a hard road. A hard road. Lakeisha is moving. I've just I don't know why, but I've been zoned right in on her. And yeah, she's moving around. Anyways, for anybody just joining, these are what is on what is that? It's makeup, and I'm gonna put that on my face momentarily. Oh, okay. So okay, before I do that, um, we're watching 2020 detention dockets. We vote in the chat, 1 for detained, 2 for released. You can change your vote. You can vote as many times as you want. We try and learn from these situations. We do love us some Judge Kim law when he just lays it down. And yeah, but these are old. So masks, all that jazz. And yeah, that's just why. So keep that in mind. Please like the video if you haven't done so already. If you're not subscribed yet already, please do that. Also, you can drop in the chat where you are. I love hearing about all the different places. I was mentioning the other day that there's people here from Australia. There's people here from Qatar. What? What? Okay. Anyways, thank you all for sharing. Let's continue on. Oh, let me know what you had for dinner as well.
Like, Mom, is this what Christians like at home? I mean, does he just do what he wants to do?
No, but like I told him before, I said, as far as the credit card thing, that's not a credit card. That's my debit card.
Okay.
That's not, but
yeah, I'm not worried about that one as much. I'm worried about the gun. And
no, I don't know of him as no gun. As far as him being gone for the summer, he was in Fort Worth, but not that part of Fort Worth. This Fort Worth is called Richland Hills, and this is what his friends say that he was at for the whole summer. And actually, when he returned home before he got on the ankle monitor, this another part of Keller, Texas. That's where the people, whoever he was staying with, that's where they was from, and that's where I got in contact with them on Instagram.
So why was he staying with them?
Because I guess he just want to do what he wants to do, and I tell him all the time. I say, listen, you can't do what you want to do. Everybody got rules, and so
everybody got rules, right?
Yeah. So I told him it's been kind of a thing, like, you be doing good for a minute, and then, here we go again. And I told him, I just said, we too far home for you to be getting in trouble. We ain't got no family out here.
Well, I'm gonna interrupt. So he was staying in Keller with your permission, or he just left and went there?
No, he just never, like when he supposed to come home from school, because we already had a lot of issues at that school anyway. We had a lot of issues at that school.
Wait, so I'm trying to figure out why he was staying in Keller.
I guess because he wanted to be grown.
So you
And
didn't give him
like
permission.
I tell them, no, we don't give permission from, like that and stuff, and then, different phones and stuff like that. Like he had a phone. I turned the phone off. I turned it off because you wasn't doing what you're supposed to do. And we had a lot of issues as far as like at the school and stuff like that too.
So do you know when he cut off the monitor and ran, do you know where he went?
I don't even know where he went, but I asked him why he cut it off. He said kind of getting I guess, sitting there being aggravated at the house. But like I had told him before, I said, well, these are the consequences that you have to deal with. So if you do something wrong, this is what you have. This is just what it is, And I said, you only had to sit on it for 30 days. But once he cut it off and they notified me, I thought it was he was getting picked up because the ankle monitor was cut off. So when I got home, it was sitting on the bed. So I'm like, okay, well, you did cut it off because it's still there. So I'm thinking that's what he got picked up on, because when I notified them, they said, okay, we're just going to issue. I didn't know it was nothing with no aggravated robbery. And I was just like, well, okay. I'm like, aggravated robbery. All right. And first it went from, I guess I thought it was the Valero up the street from where we stay at in Arlington, then in Fort Worth. And once they told me the address, I was like, and I watched the tape too. I did.
You watched it with me, Your Honor.
Yeah, me and his dad. And just like I tell Christian, I said, this is not, a charge is a charge, but this isn't a serious charge. This isn't a carry adult charges. And I asked him when I watched the video, it was a lot of questions. I'm just like, okay, my son is 6'3". The person in the video looked like they about 5'8". And I asked my son, I said, are you willing to take a DNA?
Mom, we're not here to try the case. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to release him or not.
Yeah.
Because somebody identified him, and that's legally that's enough for me. Christian, how bored are you here at Kimbo?
Very, very bored. But at the same time, I got to do what I got to do to get out of here.
I understand. And the reason why I ask you that is I'm trying to make a point to you. I'm giving you an option. You can either be bored here at Kimbo, or you can be bored at home. You have a preference?
Be bored at home.
So you are asking me for the opportunity every day to wake up saying, this is going to be a boring day here at this house, right?
What do you mean, sir?
If I let you go on electronic monitor, you understand you're going to be stuck at home, school or home. So you understand every day is going to be boring at home, right?
I understand that.
You understand you're going to get aggravated because it's so boring at home and you can't talk to your friends, you can't go anywhere. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
But you understand every time you think about that, you're thinking, I could be being at Kimbo, being this aggravated or this bored, right?
Yes, sir.
So which one are you asking me to do?
To let me go home and be bored and do what I have to do.
Right. But you understand how simple this is for me.
Yes, sir.
Right. And you understand if you cut off the CM again, how do you think the next time we're going to come out getting to 90 days, you being
not so good,
and your attorney saying, please give him another chance?
Not so good.
Right. So I'm going to give you the opportunity. You've been level 1-0 for the most part. I see a lot of things where you're kind of fighting the system. Here's the thing. You're 15 years old. Don't fight the system.
Yes,
You
sir.
can do that when you're 18, right, Mom?
Yes.
You can be 18. So here's the thing. If you want me to treat you like a kid and give you the benefit of being a kid, then you got to act like a kid. Okay? If you're going to try and act like a grown-up, I'm going to treat you like a grown-up.
Yes, sir.
See where I'm going with this, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you want to be your own man and do your own grown-up man things, then the next time you and I have a conversation, I'm going to be holding on, all right?
Yes, sir.
You're begging me to treat you like a grown-up man, and I'm going to treat you like a grown-up man.
sir.
And with grown-up men, you don't get chances like this, right?
Yes, sir.
Mom,
Yes.
do you think that, you think Christian, I think Christian can comply. I just think he chooses not to. Is that fair?
You right.
I think it's just a choice on him. So I'm gonna give him his choice. And every day you wake up, Christian, you think about walking out the house, cutting off that EM, hanging out with your friends, whatever, then that's your choice to say, I am choosing to run the risk of seeing Judge Kim again.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Everything's a choice. Good decisions come from experience. Experience comes from bad decisions. Stop making bad decisions. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Christian.
Judge, could I just clarify too, for
Yes, sir.
Christian's sake? I mean, it could even be something not as serious as cutting off the monitor that would bring him back here. Any mistake could bring him back here. Is that correct?
Yes.
So here's the thing, Christian, I want you to know is, like, you understand, if I find out that you're cussing at your mom or yelling at your mom, like, that's enough for me. Right?
Yes, sir.
I know I don't look like a person that will be happy if I find out that you're cussing at your mom.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
You got to live the life that you think Judge expects you to be.
Yes, sir.
That's all you got to do. Okay? All right. Thank you, Christian.
Okay, thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Daniel. All right, Terry Eric.
Just sit on the couch. I can get you over to the hallway to get your email.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Miss Eric is been under the weather, so she couldn't come today.
We don't. Oh, the mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's fine. As long as the attorney's here.
I'm here.
All right. Okay. Mr. Eric, this is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I need to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Ms. Bowers, your attorney, is here present. Do you see Ms. Bowers on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, Terry, you're 17. You just turned 17 years old. I see you're level 1 acceptable. That's the first thing I want to talk about. All right. Ms. Peters, why is he level 1 acceptable at 17 years old?
Your Honor, may I change screens to look?
Yes, please.
He was level 1 yesterday. It just says over playful and disruptive behavior.
Okay. So right now, he's in our outpatient fitness restoration program, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is, let's see. Over on East Berry Street, stolen car. And then car stopped. Everyone ran out. Driver was Terry. Arrested for UUMV and possession of weed. Denton County charges. All right, Terry, so you understand, I understand you're doing this. So, Ms. Peters, it's just over playful?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Terry, you understand at 17, I can keep you downtown in county lockup, right?
Yes, sir.
You understand I can force, it's harder for them, but I can force MHMR to visit you downtown instead of here at Kimbo. You get
Yes,
that,
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Look, you got to check yourself, okay?
Yes, sir.
I mean, there's all kinds of things that you want to do. You're not in a position that you can do that. You've made some grown-up decisions. Now you have some grown-up consequences.
Yes, sir.
I'm giving you a pass on this one. Even though you're 17, I see the over playful part. Man, it's tough. I get it. I'm not saying it's easy. What I'm saying is you got to step up, and even though it's
I just want to clarify something. In the back, they have a code for everything, and bullying would be bullying. Over playfulness is really when the kids are not doing anything that you would get mad at normal kids for, but that a child in the juvenile detention center is not able to engage in. So it might be tussling a little bit or tickling or, just being rowdy or rambunctious. So if he was being harassing or bullying, they would say that. Um, Over playfulness is generally just actually very much child behavior. And let's just remember also, if he's a child, if he's 17 years old, but let's say he has ADHD or ODD, oppositional defiance disorder, his prefrontal cortex development is 30 to 40% behind those of his peers. So 12-year-old fits right in. That is exactly the behavior that we would expect of him. So, surprised? No, not really. Not at all. That's why I say sometimes they set these kids up for failure, because some of these kids have true behavior issues that are going to make them act younger and less mature than their number age is. And so, um, it's 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 just a difficult thing to see. Some kids are just sort of bad in a way, but oftentimes that's more about parenting. But also, mom doesn't appear to be here in this one. They said she was sick. Um, but again, I just wanted to clarify because over playful is not in juvenile detention like this. It's not euphemistic. Like if they've done something bad, they'll say quite clearly that they've done something bad. But they also actually get them in trouble for being pretty standard kids. If you've ever been to a high school, like my dad was a jail guard, and he's gonna come on the show when he comes to visit me in the summer. But he was a jail guard at a maximum security facility for 12 to 17-year-olds. And it is sad. It's sad for kids to be there. But again, the way a facility is run really impacts um, how the kids deal with being institutionalized. And um, all jails are the same. All correctional officers have an incredibly difficult job, and I don't envy them at all. And when I've asked my dad, like, hey, can you start noting down some of the stories and things you remember so that when you come, we can talk to you about it? Because, he literally worked in a juvenile detention facility. So while his was in Canada, this is in the States, obviously a little bit different. Anyways, let's go ahead and continue watching, but I just wanted to clarify, like the um the behavior in the back is 1-0 behavior is very exemplary. Like you can literally be docked a point for looking at somebody. So you just need to honestly, I've said this before, I'll say it again. We need to be intervening with these families and these kids at a much younger age. Why we waste all this money on them at this point in time when early childhood intervention, early parenting intervention, when a parent is in the first stages of raising that child is shown to be the most effective and the most cost effective later on. The more dollars you pour into early childhood intervention for all of these children, you see dividends, absolute dividends later on. And it's just by bending over and picking up pennies while $100 bills fly over your head is what I think about. Because it doesn't make any sense. You could take this half the budget, you know what I mean, and then apply it ahead of time and really divert a lot of this But anyways, let's continue. At the end of this, in about 30 minutes or 25 minutes, I'll be playing an original song piece that will not get me copyright claimed. So let's continue on and have fun.
Hard, you gotta step up and do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So, well, I'm gonna keep you here. You gotta finish this program, but I'm not gonna move you downtown. Understand? But man, I don't wanna, do you feel comfortable right now talking about this?
Me?
Yeah, do you feel comfortable having this conversation?
No.
No, I don't either. I don't want to have this conversation anymore. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Just, chew your food with your mouth closed. Yes, sir. No, ma'am. Yes, thank you, please. All that, right?
Yes, sir.
You just be on the up and up. Do the right thing so we don't have to have these conversations. The
Yes,
only reason why we have this conversation is because you act up. Okay?
yes, sir.
All right, Terry. So I need to keep you in custody for Shamar. Yes, Miss Bowers.
My question is, he had a doctor's appointment last week. Do we know anything about the outcome of that appointment?
The general doctor saw him and stated that he needed to be seen by the specialist, which he can't see until December. But he said everything looked okay. They did prescribe him some trazodone to help with his sleep.
Okay. So we're just waiting to see the specialist and continuing with the MHMR treatment.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Great.
All right.
Thank
you.
Appreciate it. May I be excused?
Yes, Miss Bowers. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you, Judge.
One of us is going to be very unhappy on Tuesday.
You're right. One of us is. See you later.
Bye. All right. So, Maurice Johnson.
Out of custody, guys. Get your
All right,
votes
Mr.
in now.
Johnson, this is an out of custody detention hearing. I'm making a decision whether to take you into custody or to keep you in the community. If I take you into custody, you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent, and you have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Mr. Youngblood as your appointed attorney.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. So, Maurice, you had a supervisory caution on an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on a family member with a knife back in last December. So now, let's see, Arlington Police referred you for another case. They're saying on August 11th around 6:30, there was a domestic. They're saying that the victim's wife was having issues with her son and could hear yelling in the background. When the police got there, Mom said that Maurice had left their home walking and his whereabouts were unknown. Mom said her son was out of control. Said Maurice got in a physical altercation with his stepfather by chest bumping, pushing, and shoving him. They also said that he picked up a landscaping brick. Mom said she heard a conversation Maurice was having before he left their home. Maurice was telling someone he was going to get a gun and kill his stepdad. So now in October, Mom contacted us saying there's ongoing problems with Maurice. She said you've been running away, gone for days at a time. Back in September, you began to attack him.
Whoa. Did she not call when he said that he was going to kill the stepdad? He fast forwarded. He's now in October. Ouch for the stepdad? How does he feel? I'm sorry. That's bad.
Her said her and her husband making threats again to kill them. They called police. Runaway report was filed. Then a couple days later, Grand Prairie police brought Maurice home, saying that he was breaking and violating curfew, and he tried putting up a fight. They had to contact Arlington Police, and then when they got there, they also saw him cussing and yelling, and they made a report. October 12th, Mom woke up, saw Maurice smoking marijuana in the house. When they asked where it came from and why he was smoking in the house, started cussing his mom, saying, "Don't ask questions." Then he left again on October 15th, did not return until the 19th. When asked where he was, he said a friend's house. October 23rd, he left home without permission again, didn't return for a couple of days. He'd been staying at a friend's house. He lied, told parents that mom said it was okay. On 26th, mom caught Maurice smoking weed in his closet. When she said, give up the weed, he said no. And mom said to get it out of the room. Then he kicked holes in the door and the closet wall, tore the windows blinds down. He hasn't been to school since the beginning of October and refuses to go.
I just want to give somebody hope, maybe, that a child who does kick holes in the door can still turn out semi-okay. I have a hilarious / sad story about kicking a hole in the door. I did that when I was younger. I was an ADHD undiagnosed child, unmedicated, angry, and I remember being sent to my room. I don't know what happened, but I kicked with all my might and like downward kicked into the door. And immediately I was like, fuck, I have put a hole in this door. And of course, my ADD brain is like, fix it. So I pulled the little piece out and like tried to tape it back up. And then I put another piece over, like a piece of cardboard over that. Then I found a poster. I put that over the back. 4 years. Nobody knew until we moved. Last thing that came out of that room was that poster. You know, deferred punishment is always great. Yeah, that. But here's the thing. So I don't know. I just sometimes I feel for the kids, especially when I hear them say things that I've done, because I'm like, damn, if my mom, and you're right though, John. He didn't just punch a few holes in the door. And these aren't the same situations. However, what I'm trying to say is if you're hearing things that stand out to you as something your kid might have happened or something like that, it's not always the end of the world. There is sometimes, yeah, growth that happens. Like for me, literally what it was is like I was very delayed because of my ADHD. And so I was really, and also I have aphantasia, which means I have no visual imagery. I thought that was totally normal, but that really delays your social development and all these different things. And it's hard to parent. So anyways, and again, remember, I've just talked about my dad was a jail guard in a juvenile detention facility here. So I had this obvious, like, you can't get in real trouble. But I also wasn't actually able to not be confrontational on a daily basis because my ADD, like I wanted to not do that. And yet I still did. And that was the truth. So a lot of these kids, I really feel for because if they're not properly medicated, if they're over medicated, under medicated, incorrectly medicated, or their parents are just sort of checked out, we've got problems. Anyways, high time served. Thank you so much for popping in. Let's continue watching. And yeah, let's continue. And then we got a song to play.
Miss Aguirre, we didn't give him. Oh, yeah. I guess we don't need to give him a drug test. All right. Well, Maurice, I don't know in what world you think you're living in, but definitely in that world, it's okay to yell at your mom, smoke weed in your parents' house, and disrespect them. Get physical with your stepdad, the guy who opened up his heart and helps pay the bills and provide for a child that's not even biologically his and he has no obligation to pick up a brick to say you're going to shoot somebody who's actually trying to help you and provides for you. Walk out of the house, disrespect your parents, disrespect your friend's parents by lying to them about what your mom says. What else is he doing wrong? Oh, disrespecting the police of Grand Prairie when they pick you up, and then Arlington police. What else? Oh, not going to school. Yeah, there is a special place in Tarrant County that we hold kids that refuse to be respectful to the rules in our society, and that's here at detention at Kimbo. So I'm going to go and detain you, and we're going to figure out one day you're going to wake up and, well, don't look disappointed. What'd you expect? Did you really think you could kick holes in the wall and think that this is okay?
Judge, also, may I say something? Last
ma'am.
night, he got into my home at 3 a.m. I woke up at 12. He was not there. My front door was unlocked. This has been ongoing for over a month now.
No, this has been ongoing for a year now.
Oh yeah, a year. But as far as leaving my home with, no questions, no consent, leaving my home in the middle of the night, riding around in stolen vehicles, other kids' parents, stolen cars. Last night I wake up at 12 something. My home was unsecured. His room window was unlocked, meaning that if I got up and locked the door, he thought the window was going to be left unlocked so he can get in.
So he's planning this out. It's like level of
every day.
sophistication.
Every day.
And Mom, so my complaint about you, and I like you and I respect you, I wish you had called us sooner. There's a certain point where he's going to act like he's not acting like a kid, right? So if he's going to act like a grown man, then you can't discipline him like a kid. At a certain point, you say, look, he is making decisions that I can't control, so we need to get the courts involved. And I wish you had called us sooner, because I would have detained him back in September.
I contacted Juan Lahara several times, left voicemails for Maurice's behavior. And one say, well, November 23rd is around the corner, which is his court day coming up. But it gets to the point where it's his safety that matters the most. My safety, my husband's safety. We can't sleep at night with him. I don't know if he's going to leave. I tell him specifically, don't leave my home when we go to bed and lock our room.
Mom, here's the thing. You are much more forgiving than me. You're thinking of what's the worst can happen if he does this behavior, like somebody breaking your house, robbing y'all, whatever. My thing is, my problem is he's just not following your rules. My problem starts way before yours does, right? So I'll tell you what, Mr. Livingston, I know your attorney probably doesn't want you to speak. So if you have a question for me, generally the attorneys are okay with that. I don't mind answering questions. But if you want to tell me a story, I'm 99% sure Mr. Youngblood is advising you to stay silent. Okay, so do you have a question for me?
I have a question. I was gonna tell you something.
There's nothing you can tell me. I mean, well, here's the thing: is what they're saying that you did. I believe them. So even if you told me that it wasn't true, I believe your mom. Okay? I believe your mom. I believe the police right now for this situation. I believe them. So if you're going to tell me that they're liars, I'm not going to believe you. Right? So if you have questions, I don't mind answering these questions for you. But if you want to tell me a story, I believe your mom.
I don't think tell you a story. I was just gonna say I never got to say my side of the situation or nothing.
Okay. I'm telling you that you're already not credible. Here's the thing. If you think for a second that I think your mom would take time out of her day to come here because she's lying about you smoking weed inside her home and disrespecting her like that you would destroy the property that she's responsible for, the door, the closet, the blinds, that she's lying about that. She's lying about you sneaking out. Like she would do all this just to set you up and throw you under the bus. Yeah, I'm not believing you. Like I'm believing your mom. She's not going to do this. All right. So here's the thing. Fundamentally, the big problem is you don't respect your parents. And that's the problem that I have is you got to respect them. When you're 18 and you're paying your own bills, paying your rent. Yeah, Mom, does he have a job?
He had a job and he blew it. He just blew it. We were pick him up from school, drop him off at Urban Air to work. He, either he just he got his first check. He left the home. That's the first weekend he ran away. When he went up to the Six Flags, got into a huge fight with some boys, 2, 3 in the morning. He lost the job. And I'm like, what do you want us to do? We've given him so many opportunities to get it right. And the disrespecting me and now have me and my husband fear for our safety. Our hands are tied. We can't do this anymore. And I'm scared to be at home. I work from home as a realtor and a credit specialist. And I'm on the phone with these clients. He's in and out my door when he should be instruction, school.
Mom, so let's I gotta interrupt you. You're focusing on the details and you're stacking up all the things and the results. I'm going back to the fact that he's just disrespecting you. And that's where it all starts. He's just disrespecting you. He doesn't have the level of respect for his mom who's sacrificing for him. That's where this all begins. Every other thing that you've read about, whether it's yelling at the police, causing a scene, whether it's sneaking out the house, smoking weed, getting in fights, quitting his job, skipping school, this all goes back to he just doesn't respect anybody else. He is the classic example of a narcissistic, self-centered, self-absorbed, selfish kid. He's a brat. That's what he is. So one day he'll learn, and you know what the world does with 18-year-old brats, man, the world chews them up. He's going to one day realize the world doesn't owe him anything, and that he's created a horrible situation and created it for himself until he matures and stops being a brat. So anyways, Mr. Livingston, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. I can't believe you're not even 15 yet.
He's
So
15.
no, he is 15.
15 in June.
Yeah, so he's 15 now. So yeah, we'll just we'll keep you in detention. We'll see how you do. If you keep on acting like a brat here in our detention facility, you're not getting out. You need to know that I don't even consider letting you out into your level 1 outstanding. Which
I got
means
a question.
yeah, you can't
Your
be a
Honor,
brat.
may I interrupt my
You're
client
not-
and tell him to be quiet for a minute? Put your mask back on, please, sir. And Mom, has he been examined by any psychological folks in the recent time?
Not recently, but he was evaluated back in 2012 here with the state, and they did evaluate him for the
What did-
ADHD, behavior disorder, anger issues.
And did they prescribe any medications for him?
They did prescribe medication.
Did she just say 2012? Is that a joke? That's not good. That's too long. That doesn't make sense.
For him, and he ended up moving away. He started taking the medications. He moved away with his dad, where his dad later got him diagnosed for bipolar disorder and things like that, and he was taking meds. And within a year, he's been back home with me, and he won't go when I tell him, you know, we're gonna go to the doctor so we can get you set up to get you back on medication. I'm not taking it. You know,
Do you have any prescriptions that are still active for his medications?
No.
Can you get them?
Only way I can get prescriptions is if I get him back to his physician to get him, you know, a checkup, and then they can prescribe him prescriptions. But
Okay, thank you.
okay.
And Maurice, if you don't have any actual questions for the judge, if you just want to explain yourself or tell him why you shouldn't be viewed the way he views you, he's already told you he's not going to hear you. So what did you want to ask?
I was asking like how long was I go read the taint?
That's a good question.
See, that's interesting because I was actually trying to explain that to you before you interrupted me.
My bad.
What I was saying is I don't even consider releasing a child from here unless they're level 1 outstanding. So if you're not level 1 outstanding here, you're not getting out. The reason why I do that is because if you cannot be level 1 outstanding here, I know you will not be level 1 outstanding at home with your mom. So you got to prove to me, you guys show me that you can do it, and then that's when I consider. So I'm not telling you I'll let you out at level 1 outstanding. What I'm telling you is I will consider it once you get to level 1 outstanding, and then we'll go forward from there. So it's really up to you. You behave here, it opens the door. If you act like a brat here, you're gonna be, and you'll be in the system until your 19th birthday.
I got another question.
Yes, sir.
How long do it take to get to level 1 outstanding?
I'm sorry?
I said, how long do it take to get to level 1 outstanding?
Different for every kid. It depends on how well you behave or misbehave. If you do what you've been doing at home with mom, you will not get there, and you'll be here until your 19th birthday. You'll turn 19 in juvenile. So it's really up to you. You just decide one day that you'll flip the switch and you'll decide I'm going to do things right and I'll get out of here. Or one day you'll be like, I've been here for years and maybe this isn't working and I just got to follow the rules, and then you get out. So it's really just up to you. They'll explain the process for you back there. All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnston.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Youngblood. Oh, Mr. Youngblood, I've also signed and ordered a psychiatric evaluation.
Thank
So
you.
we can get a more current update since it's been several years. We can get hopefully more current medication and then, see if that adjusts and helps him.
That
And
would
as
be-
far as schooling, what should we do, guys? As far
For
as
school?
he hadn't been going, but
Yes, so we are one of the campuses for Fort Worth ISD. So he will be attending school every day. If he refuses to go to school here, then he drops to level 3. So he won't get out. So that's part of the process. He has to follow the rules or not.
correct. Okay,
Mom,
thank
I
you.
know this is difficult for you, but you're doing the right thing. And you and I together, the court and the parent, we got to work together to help your son. All right. And this is, I think it's overwhelming and you cannot do this by yourself. I don't think we can do it by ourselves either. We have to work as a team for your son and help him. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, Mr. Youngblood, have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, Selena.
Okay, Jaka Livingston. All right. Jaka, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you see a judge within 2 days. I decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you see a judge every 10 days. You and I have seen each other many times before. And so, let's see. In September, we did a resource staffing. They recommended that you were placed in TYRC for substance abuse and mental health issues. After about a month, you were unsuccessfully discharged due to continuous behavioral issues and slapping another kid, so you were released to mom. We got an update from the court, and so we issued a warrant for you. So at least you are negative for any drug use. So he's on probation for burglary of a building, theft of property. And he has a pending charge. Is that the EOC? Is an aggravated robbery charge?
Yes, aggravated robbery and possession of marijuana. Yes, sir.
Okay, was involving firearm?
Yes, so according to the police report, all 3 suspects had a handgun, but it's unclear of who actually fired the weapon.
Oh, the weapon was discharged.
Yes, somebody was actually airlifted.
Oh, and hit.
Yes.
Yeah, Stephanie, let's go ahead and set this for final trial.
There's an adjudication hearing set for, I think, December 21st as well.
Okay. Yeah, they're not gonna be ready for that. Let's go ahead and take off. Let's turn that to a pretrial hearing in December. And then let's go ahead and set this for final trial in January and just be done.
Your Honor, I got
Yes.
an email that basically said the aggravated robbery charge was rejected. That was
Okay.
dated September the 25th.
Okay, well, good for your client then. So if that's rejected, then what is he being, probation violations, is it?
Yeah, but the possession of marijuana is still pending as well.
Okay.
And that has not been filed. So what he's currently got in front of the court is burglary of a building, and that is set for December the 21st, because we were hoping he would be successful at TYRC. But he obviously wasn't and got out sooner.
Right.
All right. Ms. Brown,
Yes, sir.
realistically, what do we have? What services do we have for this kid to help him?
So I recently just received Jakai. From what I was told, the previous probation officer told me that he exhausted all programs for him. He was also in TCAP and was discharged due to him going to detention. From what I was told, he was consistent with TCAP, but the last week he just had problems with the scheduling or whatever. I'm not really sure what happened with that whole situation. But I was working with the previous PO to see what we could come up with. But the PO told me he exhausted all programs for him. So we have to resource staff him again. The resource staffing has not been scheduled just yet. Like I said, this just happened. So honestly, I can update you when we reschedule the resource staffing.
I just see this pattern of behavior that's pretty intense. Evading arrest, criminal trespass, theft of property, let's see, resisting arrest, burglary of a building. I mean, the thing is, when he's getting kicked out of TYRC while he's on a pending case for aggravated robbery, which I understand, Ms. Hamrick, you're saying it's rejected, but knowing that's hanging over his head.
As well as the burglary of the building is still pending.
The burglary building he has probation for, June 4th, 2020. So he's on probation for the burglary of the building. So he's on probation, and knowing that he's got this case hanging over his head for the ag rob, where somebody got shot, and then he is assaultive at TYRC. I just don't know what services, like I think we're at the end of the rope. Like, he's burned up everything that we could possibly do in the juvenile justice system in the community. Like, I'm willing to listen to things, but like, if a kid just refuses any kind of help, there's nothing we can do. Like, it would literally have been better if he just walked out of TYRC instead of being assaultive to another kid. Right? Because now he's preventing other kids. He's dragging other kids down. Like, if he wants to sink with a ship, then he can. But when he's dragging other kids down at TYRC, that, you know, I mean, Ms. Brown, I guess tell resource staffing that, you know, if they're convicted that they want to search, they can. But, you know, I'm not going to.
Too Deep in the chat has a question about taxes, which obviously vary from place to place, but I am selfishly interested as well because I got officially divorced this year. But I'm in Canada, so I don't know. I don't know what button to check. Single or separated or divorced. There's a divorced one. You have to do divorce. I've been separated. Anyways, okay, sorry, let's continue.
I'd be surprised if they can't find any place that's willing to take him or that can't help him. And we're not going to commit him, or we're not going to place him for weed. I'll tell you that. Like, I'm not placing him for weed. Y'all, resource staffing will have to find some other reason to place him, but it's not going to be for marijuana. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, Mr. Livingston, you do not deserve to be released. So I'm going to go and detain you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Have a good day. Micaiah Walden. All right, Ms. Walden, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child is brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. September, you were unsexually discharged from Lake Greenberry. And then we released you on EM to be assessed by Mesa Springs. And then a month later, so I guess, okay. Ms. Burrell, what happened? We released her to get assessed by Mesa Springs and she never came back?
No, the recommendation from Mesa Springs was that she participate in their innovation program. So she's been doing their innovations program. She was discharged last Wednesday. She was doing school and therapy, but mom reported, I guess maybe that last day, she refused to participate in group. So from that day, we changed her EM schedule and she, you know, didn't have any time out except for a family trip. And so on Monday, she left home without permission, walked about 2 miles away from the home, And they received the alert. Mom said that she was upset because she enrolled her in virtual school and she wants to go in person. But that's been the only issue we've had with her EM.
Okay. So she never cut off the EM. She just left the home.
Yes. Yes.
I guess Miss Mills is not here today. Ms. Hamrick, do you mind if I ask her a couple really incriminating questions?
No, go ahead, Your Honor.
All right. Is it Micaiah? Okay. Why'd you leave the house?
So me and my mom we got into an argument about school, and she wanted me to go virtual, but I wanted to go in person. So it got into a big argument, and then I got so mad. So I was just thinking, I'm not even thinking about the EM. I got so mad, I was just like, I need to clear my head. I need to get away. And I was walking, and I was just walking by myself. Like, I wasn't with nobody or nothing like that. And then I felt some buzz on my leg, and I was like, crap. And then I called my mom, and then I was like, Mom, can you come get me? And stuff like that. And we talked or whatever. And then the next morning, I just came to turn myself in.
Mm-hmm. Was that kind of one of your coping things, is just to cool off and just isolate yourself?
Yeah, because I was just like, I wasn't even thinking about the EM. I forgot I was holding on to EM. And I was just like, I didn't get my mind right. And I was just so angry. I was just like breathing real hard. And I felt it. And I was like, I called my mom. And then I was just like,
So Micaiah, what I'm going to do, here's the thing. I understand that you have your own unique issues, all right? And I get that. I'm not trying to beat you up with it. But you understand that, EM's the EM. You're supposed to be where you're supposed to be, right?
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate that you are learning your coping mechanisms and your de-escalation skills. And I'm glad you are, and I'm glad you're using them. What shows me that you're actually doing this and you're not really trying to throw it at me is the fact that, you turned yourself in the next day. Okay, so you're here making yourself accountable. I'm going to release you back on EM. All right. So just so you know that you came back here because you violated the monitor, right? That has to happen. But I'm letting you go because you didn't cut it off, and we can verify that you were just, it's reasonable with what you're saying. It's consistent that you were just trying to de-escalate the situation. Okay. So the next time you start to lose it, if this happens again, I'm not going to punish. We'll do the exact same thing. As long as you're in a place, you're not hanging out at, the mall or friend's house or something like that. As long as it looks like you're just going for a walk to de-escalate and you turn yourself back in, I'll release you right away on monitor. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Like, I'll work with you, but you understand why I have to have the monitor on you, though, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand why we had to take you into custody, because you violated the monitor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as long as you're using the skills that you're learning, I want to encourage that, and you'll get out right away. Okay. But if you cut off the monitor, this would be a different story, right?
Yeah. Because
if you didn't, okay. If you didn't turn yourself in, this would be a different conversation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go home. Thank you, Micaiah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So in compliance with Texas Family Code.
Kim, please be quiet. I'm going to play now an original piece. No, I definitely do have two absolutely different kitchens. Actually, I have a third entirely different kitchen that I also use. I dog sit for my sister a lot, and she has a lovely kitchen. That's actually not where I was the other day. And yeah, but mostly I just sort of weasel my way into places. I'm like, oh, I just have this basket of filming supplies. Don't mind me, I'll make you dinner. Okay, we have to be nice because my dad wrote this, so we have to be nice. I don't know how it's going to sound, but it is titled Night Terrors. Okay? Oh, fuck. I'm going to download the file. Allow. Can you guys hear them? Okay, I'm going to properly put it up there because my dad deserves that. So I will go ahead and put the next detention docket on while I figure it out. Okay? Because it is a banger. It's a fucking banger. Let's go.
Patsy Paxton, are you on here or is somebody filling in for you?
I'm here.
Hi, I don't have detention report on this Muhammad Ahmad person.
I sent it to Janine Hopkins as the attorney.
Oh, Mary put it on as one of mine, so that threw me. Okay, I was like, what is going on? All right, thank you.
Okay. I haven't read the document yet. You need this now?
Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and give them a copy after you sign.
You give this child and parent those copies. Thank you. All right, so this is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court. Do you need something, Mr. Ligon? No. All right. Yeah. Sorry. So for on October 29th, 2020.
Yeah, I paused it because I think I may have figured out how to get this to us properly. One more second, please. Here we go. I'll play it through the computer like a normal person.
Night terrors.
Bravo, Dad. Wow. Wow. Thank you. If I find out that he stole that and I get a copyright claim somehow, I will never forgive him. But he wrote it and had his friend do it. So, um, thank you for indulging me in that. Um, I love music. I love listening to him sing too. So, anyways, I know I will find out soon. It'll be there, automatic or not. Um, let's go back into our detention docket and allow Judge Kim to take us down a different road. If anybody's just joining us, that was my dad singing, and we're watching detention dockets. We vote in the chat for if we think they're detained or released, and you can vote as many times as you like. You can change your vote. We give out random points here for no reason whatsoever, for some reasons, all those things. So, I welcome you all, and let's continue. Night terrors in my head.
Just want to go ahead and say, in compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 24, we are not conducting these proceedings in person. However, we are conducting them remotely via Zoom. No portion of this detention hearing may be copied, broadcast, or published without permission of the court. Violations are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and up to a $500 fine. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court order, with the compliance with Tarrant County Judge Glenn Whitley's order, this courtroom is closed to the public, so to comply with the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 13, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube on a live stream, so the public has access to the proceedings in this courtroom on this date. All right, let's go and start with Mohammed Ahmed.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Ahmed. I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case to decide whether to release you or to keep you here. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Hopkins is your attorney. Is she here today? Hello, Ms. Hopkins. Is here? Okay. All right, so Mr. Ahmed, so you've been here for about a month. You're level 1 outstanding since, I guess, 3 days ago. So we issued a warrant for you for electronic monitor violations. The day after you were released on electronic monitor, Dad called and said you had gone out the night before and you were around the apartment complex. He thought you were smoking weed with friends. So you went out of range of EM and you pretended to not know the EM rules. Oh, you said we didn't explain the EM rules to you. So we issued a warrant for you. September 30th, you came home after going to school, but left again without permission. So you were picked up by Euless PD. Really wasting the police department's time. This is back on September 11th. You were arrested for evading arrest and an old criminal trespass that we reopened. And there's a domestic report that your father called because you were fighting him. And you had already left the house. He was upset because you skipped school and cussed at your dad when he found you at the pool during the school day. So, yeah, so the police came, found you, you ran from the cops. They eventually got you because the police always get you. So while you were escaping, you jumped over a neighbor's fence. So now you have a criminal trespass charge. So we contacted Euless PD. They're worried about you. The first time you ran away was 2018, which would have made you 13 years old. And then 2019, I guess you brought weed or drug paraphernalia to school. Starting of April of this year to September, the Euless PD has had 12 encounters with you, and you're escalating behavior. You were located in May with a gunshot wound, which you said was an accident and self-inflicted. And so, yeah, police say you're a constant runaway risk. You leave your dad's house without consent at least 7 times since April. Dad thinks you're using drugs. Are we doing a psychological evaluation on him, Ms. Paxton?
Your Honor, we have completed one.
What do we know about him? Is he diagnosed with anything?
Let me look real quick, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Yes.
The psychological evaluation indicates an unspecified disruptive impulse control and conduct disorder. And ruled out was parent-child relation problems and unspecified cannabis-related disorders.
Okay.
Those were ruled out.
Ms. Paxton, how low did his behavior level drop?
Your Honor, on the 9th or the 8th, I think it was the 8th, he had a physical altercation with a peer. So he was confined on the 9th. Since then, it's been one outstanding, one acceptable, back and forth.
Well,
Father is present on the Zoom screen, Your Honor, as well.
Dad, are you here?
Your Honor, he is on the screen. It is Mr. Adel Basit. He has vertical blinds behind him.
Okay, I see that. Do you hear me, Dad? Seems like your screen's frozen up. Yeah, I think he's locked up. I'm literally at the point where I feel like I need to keep you here to keep you from running away. Like if you just stayed at home, you could be home. Like somewhere, it's like deep down inside, you don't think I'm serious about the things I say to you. Like you don't believe me. I don't know why you don't believe me because I've never lied to you. But Ms. Paxton, we released him on September 30th, right?
Yes.
No, September 29th. And then on September 30th, he violated his EM.
Yes, that's correct.
Came in October 1st, and he's already positive for marijuana.
Yes.
And how long was he in before we released him?
He was originally referred on 9/11.
So he's here for about 3 weeks?
Yes, sir.
And this time he's been here for another 3 weeks, right?
Yes. He does have court next week.
Well, here's the thing, Mohammed. Ms. Paxton, can you tell me exactly how many days he was here before we released him on September 29th?
I can look, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, it was 11 days.
He was here 11 days.
Yes, this time he's been here 20 days.
But he got in a fight.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so Mohammed, this is what I'm doing. You were here 11 days. I'm doubling it. You have to be here 22 days before I release you, but it starts over whenever you get in a fight. So you drop down to level 3. So when was the fight, Ms. Paxton?
October 8th.
Okay, so you're looking at October 8th. See, 22 days. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and release you tomorrow on electronic monitor. You violate again. Next time it's going to be 44 days that you have to be here. Yes, sir.
You said tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow, October 30th. First time you're here for 11 days. You basically said, I don't care what Judge Kim thinks. At this time, it's going to be 22 days before I release you on EM. If you smoke weed again, or if you cut off your EM or violate your EM again, we'll bring you in. Next time, it'll be 44 days. If you violate again, next time it'll be 88 days. I'm just going to double it every time. So it's up to you. If you want to be here at Kimbo for 44 days next time, then go ahead and smoke weed again, or violate your EM again, or fight your dad again, or skip school again, or any of these things. Either be the kid you're supposed to be. If you want to be treated like a kid and you're let out and given chance after chance, then act like a kid. If you act like a grown-up, I'm going to treat you like a grown-up. It's all on you. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. It all starts with the respect for your old man. If you respect your pops, then you and I don't deal with each other. If you're disrespecting him, you and I will deal with each other all the way up until your 19th birthday. All right?
It all starts with respect for your old man, your pops. So I'm not going to refer to him as your father. Like, Judge Kim, what are you doing? Such a mixed message there. Anyways, let's keep going.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Victor Alvarado.
Your Honor, I'll be covering for Victor Alvarado.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Colbert. All right, Mr. Alvarado, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The purpose of the hearing is to make a decision whether to keep you in custody or to release you to the community. By keeping you in custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Youngblood is here present. He is your attorney. All right, so Mr. Alvarado is here. This is this one with the basketball game that went bad?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so argument, basketball game, later on conflict, car pulled up, shots. I think there was, victim was shot, and I think he was pulled into the house and died in the kitchen, I believe. So, photo lineup, and Victor Alvarado was identified. Yeah, that's right. Guy in front yard tried to go back in the house. They heard a pop. He grabbed his chest, collapsed inside the kitchen. So, witnesses describe the truck, young Hispanic males. There's a video. Witnesses match the description. There was surveillance video as well. All right, so we have a certification hearing scheduled on September 17th or November 17th. All right, well, he's been here for 202 days. All right, Mr. Alvarado. At this point, you understand where my stance on children with guns, right? And now this is a homicide case. I'm very, very concerned about this case. You have a hearing in a little more than 2.5 weeks on your certification for the court. I'm glad to see you're level 1O, and you have been since the early part of this month. I just feel like for the protection of the community as well as yourself that I need to go and detain you for the short time further. If, just so you know, at the certification hearing, if I decide not to certify you, then that I will reassess whether to release you or not. If I do certify you as an adult, then you will be entitled to bond, which I will have to set right away. Right? So I just want to let you know those options are coming up on November 17th. Okay?
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarado.
Oh, there is one thing, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Before he gets away, you asked me to remind you that you said this to him every time. You are being patient with the fact that because of various reasons this hasn't moved forward. He's getting close to, or maybe is 17, and you told him that as long as he remained on level 1, you would be disinclined to transfer him to an adult jail.
Yes.
Just want to remind him that you, I won't call that a deal, but that's your thinking on the matter.
Right. Yeah, as long as he's an example of good behavior, I want him here. I want his leadership here.
Thank you.
All right, thank
May
you,
I be
Mr. Upper.
excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, Mr. Bazan, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case and deciding whether to release you or keep you here. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days. Mr. Gladstone is your attorney. Mr. Gladstone, are you here? There he is. Okay, do you see Mr. Gladstone?
Yes, sir.
All right, and
I'm here.
all right, you have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. All right, so there's a criminal mischief case. You broke a Fort Worth patrol car window, $300 in damages. See, there's a warrant. Let's see. There's a runaway case. They came by. They're recovering a female when in contact with a boyfriend, which was you. Gave you wrong name. You were upset that the police took your runaway girlfriend in custody, so you threw rocks at the police car and punched the passenger side window twice. And since they had your girlfriend in custody, they didn't want to arrest you, but they issued a warrant for criminal mischief. You're positive for weed. So you're with a runaway girl. You're 14 years old with a runaway girl smoking weed and punching police cars and throwing rocks at it. And normally I would just say this is just youthful angst, but you're level 3 confined right now. So if you can't behave here, you're not going to behave at home. You know how it works here. I'm not even going to consider releasing you if you're level 3 confined. So I'm detaining you. Thank you, Mr. Bazan.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Gladstone.
Can we say something? Judge?
Who's we?
I'm the uncle.
Okay.
I don't understand, like, cause y'all let him out on level 3 last time, and he wasn't ready. And
Who's
then,
y'all?
Well, the court last time, whenever whoever was in charge of releasing him and stuff like that, because y'all said released him, Judge, and he wasn't ready.
So
And
which judge released him?
whoever was the judge the last time, I'm sorry, I'm his uncle, you know, so I'm trying to step up and help him out.
Yeah, we've never released him. The juvenile probation department may have released him.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, like if he's punching police cars, that's taking back a runaway girl. That doesn't sound like me releasing him. Our juvenile probation department releases a lot of children without ever coming to court. That may have been the situation, but I don't remember releasing him. That's why I'm asking which judge.
And you know, we're trying, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're trying to, you know, find him help, you know, like with therapy and stuff like that, you know, because I feel like every time he goes in here, it's like criminal college. He gets worse, and it's becoming harder to fix a broken child. It's easier to fix a broken child than to fix a broken man. And
so right, I agree. So here's my question. Why is it then every time he gets out of here, y'all don't take him to get mental health treatment?
Because the Medicaid and Medicare system, I moved my mom and them from Corpus Christi, Texas to here. And the programs that he's on, it's this whole finger pointing around the circle until we get back to square one type of thing. And I've already reached out. I've been to nonprofits, a bunch of 501 Charlies. There's just not a lot of resources.
What do you think I should do then?
I think we should make a push for some type of intensive therapy because.
But hold on, when you say I need to make a push for intensive therapy.
No, we need help because we were already.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm asking is, what are you asking me to do, though?
Well, the problem is that we're finding is the whole Medicaid and Medicare system, and finding somebody to kind of step up and, you know, like give us the proper information instead of the runaround, you know, and because we're new to this and we're not good at this.
I'm interrupting you. Forgive me. I'm interrupting you kind of on purpose. You understand, Medicare, Medicaid, that's a federal funding issue. I'm a state district judge. I have no control over Medicaid dollars or Medicare dollars. Like none whatsoever. Right?
No, I know, but there's also no resources and guidance to give us the proper pathways that we're searching for.
So he's probably right in some senses, but I also would like to point out we have seen multiple cases of what they call wrapper cases. That stands for RAPR. And there's two different kinds of wrapper cases. Wrapper means refusal to accept parental responsibility. And those are basically self-initiated CPS cases where a parent comes forward to CPS and explains that they are unable to care for or keep a child safe because of either behavior or whatever, and that they need, and that gets them more placement funding. It allows them to be maybe put into an RTC or something like that. So, of course, let me just say straight off the bat, that is the absolute last resort in my mind. I would be doing a bit more research. But in Texas, where this is happening, wrapper cases happen, refusal to accept parental responsibility. They happen both from a parent who literally abandons their child and refuses to accept responsibility, doesn't show up, doesn't engage. But it also happens with very engaged parents who are absolutely behind their child, but at their end of resources that they truly can do. So, I'm not saying that's where this is at, but what I am saying is that there is absolutely rub my makeup off. There's absolutely, but it's not the court. That's the other thing. That's a CPS thing where it will go through the court system, but it has to start with a CPS referral. And I imagine that would feel very strange to have to call in CPS yourself. But in Texas, I've seen cases like that. Yeah. And again, let's say kudos to him for being here. He's wearing a hat in court. That's a no-no, but whatever. These are not therapy sessions. People don't understand. The judge is the absolute last person you want to talk to about resources, because it is absolutely very difficult to find psychiatric help, intensive psychiatric help. I'm not saying that it is. What I'm saying is that the judge, unfortunately, is not the person to be dealing with this with. It is, you become the squeaky wheel to everybody else that talks to the judge on your behalf. So, because we only ever see parents and family literally make it worse. Like it's on the bingo card. Family makes it worse. So, what I applaud this gentleman for having worry and concern for this kid and wanting to help, but I also know that he's barking up the wrong tree at this point. Yeah, the judge doesn't have the ability to say, oh, Medicaid, you need to pay for all this. What he does have in a roundabout way, if they go through CPS properly, a judge eventually would have the authority to issue services for that child to up to and including RTC placement, foster placements, intensive placements. But those take a long time, a really long time to get through. And we've talked about it. The Post-it is still up here. This is still on my list of things to research right now, guys. But I want to know what the RTC cost, so residential treatment center cost per day, that the state of Texas is willing to pay to any RTC that they send them to. They send them to Idaho. They send them to Wisconsin. And I really am interested to see what day or what rate they're willing to pay. I almost guarantee it's in the thousands of dollars. Anyways, I don't know what the chat's doing. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I wish I could play other music that's copyrighted, but anyways, let's continue on. I'm going to do a little bit of that research, but these are great questions. These are hard answers to find for a family, and that's part of why I hope, maybe these videos one day will come across another family who realizes and goes, oh, I've never heard of this, and they are able to get help. I do hope that. But anyways, let's keep going. Also, that's a toque in Canada, his hat. That's a toque.
You contacted MHMR of Tarrant County?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Also, Mesa, we've done everything. We set up
You understand,
appointments.
I have no control over MHMR of Tarrant County. That's a
I know, but
separate.
I wanted to bring it to your attention on why there's all this escalation and everything else, because we've been the ones that track them down. We've been the ones that.
I understand that you're bringing it to my attention, but I'm asking, what can I do to help you?
That's what I'm asking you, Your Honor.
Well,
We need help.
I mean, it's not like I'm a genie that can just snap my fingers and make things happen. Like my role, very limited. Sir, only one of us can talk at a time.
Yeah,
okay? And so my role is very limited in the court system, that I administer the court and the proceedings in the court, but I have no authority over county agencies or state agencies. Like not in that regard. I can't force them to do these things. I mean, I feel bad for your, and I sense your frustration, but it's not like, it's not like this tyranny where a judge can just order everyone to do everything and dance like I tell them to do. I mean, this hearing right now is not about, it's about detaining him or not detaining him. And that's the limitation. Now, there may be something out of probation that can help your nephew, but this is not a final trial, right? We're just here to detain him or not detain him. If he's back here acting like a fool, I'm going to keep him here.
Mm-hmm. It's just been inconsistent, and that's what I'm frustrated with.
Hold on. The court has been inconsistent? Because I'm curious.
No. I'm saying the process has been inconsistent. So I don't want to hurt nobody's. I don't want.
Sir, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is I'm not the person that can help you. Right? And I'm just, it's not that I'm being incompassionate. It's just telling you, I mean, if it feels like you're arguing with a tree, you kind of are, because I'm literally the tree that says, I'm not that kind of tree, right? I can't do anything for you.
I'm just trying to talk to the people that's in front of me to try to do the best I can to.
Okay, but I'm the one in front of you. Okay, this is a detention hearing. Okay, but I would encourage you to talk to our local county health resources.
And we have, and that's why I'm trying.
Sir, I'm okay. I'm done. I'm not going to argue with it anymore. All right. So y'all need to leave.
Judge, could I ask them to give me a call this afternoon?
Yes. Where's the parent of the child, by the way?
She's
Can I have
in
that paperwork
jail.
back?
She's in jail.
Mr. Houston. Is somebody covering for Mr. Houston? Is nobody covering for Kenneth Houston?
Your Honor, this is Mr. McIlvain. Ms. Lopez was covering for him, but the mother's in jail.
What about the father?
I don't believe he's in the picture.
Okay. Mr. Gladstone.
Yes, sir.
Clearly, I need to appoint you as the guardian ad litem for this child as well.
That's fine. If I can have the uncle give me a call this afternoon, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, whatever information that you need. So.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
So again, and this is something that we just have to recognize, that not only does this child not have a great role model in her life, but I doubt her mother did either. Like, let's just be fair and realistic here. So this fucking, like, of course she's in jail, and I feel bad for the uncle, but at this point, again, it's all back to me. This is why, if any of you have family, friends, acquaintances in your life, the time to get involved is early. Okay. And I know it sounds like a lot and you seem, but that is the time to get involved and become help, become a support, become a place where people can go. Because once you hit this age, once you hit these types of charges, these types of things, you're getting into some serious trouble, and it's harder to intervene. But, it does take a village to raise children. And when I used to run the mommy group, when I had my daughter and she was very young, we had many, many different types of groups. And of course, I'm crazy ADD, so I went to them all and facilitated them. But the average person went to a few, and they really made some connections. And I know for a fact those women and men some of them are still friends to this day. They've built those supportive, things. And especially, I mean, my daughter was born in 2008. Okay. No, 2000. 2008. God, I can't remember. 2008. And so like way before COVID. However, COVID absolutely made it harder for young moms, old moms, new moms. That's who I'm talking about. It doesn't matter the age. It made it harder for new parents, dads included, always welcome, to come to the table, right? And that's when you can help people. I can't tell you how many times I went over something that in my mind is really obvious and clear, but somebody didn't understand that just basically, not out of any sort of malice, but they were never taught, they were never shown, they were all these things, right? And so at this age, no, there's nothing that's going to help these kids. But that's why I'm saying at the age of 3 and 4, this is where our money should be going into these programs. I want intensive preschool for free for kids that includes their parents, where they come in and we can see them how they interact together and help them learn effective coping mechanisms and strategies for parenting that child. And yeah, it's a lot to ask, I know. But anyways, like I said, how much do they spend after the fact per day on these kids once they get to this uncontrollable point? That's the issue. I love all the songs coming into the chat, you guys. I'm going to go back through and get them all. I love it. Anyways, yeah, Judge Kim. Oh, I started out, I was going to say something and I forgot now. But let's just go. Also, please subscribe. Please.
All right, Brianna Carrera.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
may I be excused? I'm done with I have no more detention.
Yeah. I appreciate your politeness, but if you slipped out, I wouldn't have known.
Okay.
So, thank you. I appreciate the courtesy. So, Ms. Carrera, welcome back. I'm Judge Kim. As you know, it's been 10 days, and I need to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent, and you have a right to an attorney. And Mr. Adler is your attorney. I saw Mr. Adler here earlier. Where's Mr. Adler? Are you still here?
I'm here, Judge.
Oh, good.
Good morning.
All right, so Brianna, let's see, you've been here for 2 weeks. You're level 1 outstanding. You turned yourself in on DTA. See, we got a report that you were involved in a drive-by shooting at kids, and the kids returned fire. And the police found a parked vehicle with bullet hole damage, gunshots. Witness saw Hispanic male holding a silver-colored handgun. And he was the only one outside. Hid behind a car. Heard some more shots and saw the black vehicle drive off. Second witness said that they were watching TV and a bullet came through the window, hitting his TV stand. There are 3 kids in the apartment, but not in the bedroom. Third witness said he was with the suspect and 2 other Hispanic males in the parking lot when a red Mustang driven by Brianna Carrera pulled up. The Hispanic male got out of the passenger door, began shooting in their direction. This is when suspect shot back at the car. You were negative on your UA. All right, so Brianna, this is the, you and I have had a bunch of detention hearings together, and you know how I feel about guns and kids involved in gun-related crimes. And so I have to be absolutely 100% comfortable to release you. The fact that you're involved allegedly as a getaway driver in a drive-by shooting, it is going to take a lot for me to get comfortable, especially with all the stuff we've done in the past. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you. And I think we have a placement search that may have found something for you. But if you want, and I've had these conversations with you before, but if you're watching yourself, your life slip away from you, it's not slipping away, it's running away. And it is nobody's fault but your own. All these people have given you opportunities and have tried to help you, and you're still making these decisions like you know more than everyone else. And Brianna, as much as I like you and respect you, and I can say this, I mean, it's not a joke, but like you're a really bad criminal. Like you get caught for everything. Like you can't live that life. Some people are lucky, some people are not lucky. You are not a lucky person. Yes?
I just don't understand, 'cause the only person that said they saw me do anything was with the people who shot at me that day.
I can't hear you.
The only person that said I did anything that day was with the people who shot at me. And it just doesn't make sense,
You're saying that a guy got out of your car, the car you were driving, got out, fired some shots, and you drove off.
Nobody was with me, Mr. Kim.
That's what they're saying. That's what I'm basing it off of. The law of parties in Texas, and you and I've explained to you the law of parties. When two or more people engage in a crime together, they're all guilty of the same crime.
I understand that, Mr. Kim, but you've tried to help me so many times, and it's just, I left, I left everything, and that's why they came. And
No, Brianna, all right, so look, you didn't leave everything. I remember, because I follow up with you, even though you didn't have a pending case, because I see a bright future for you. But you were supposed to move out of county and resettle and get away from all these people, but you got a job here in Tarrant County. You kept on coming back to Tarrant County. You were hanging out in Tarrant County. Like you were lying to everyone else. Yes, Brianna.
I got my job transferred over to Dallas, and I changed my gym just before.
Yeah. But that doesn't change the fact that you lied. Right? That's the thing. It takes a lifetime to prove that you're an honest person. You're an honest person. It actually only takes rumors, not even fact, for you to be a liar, to destroy your credibility. You actually lied to probation about where you were and that you're not coming back to Tarrant County. So.
No, sir. Whenever everything happened, my probation officer was the first person I called. It's just not, it's not right.
Well, no. Hold on, Brianna. You're not the victim here. Don't make yourself the victim. You're the one that's involved in all these engaged in organized crimes, the fights, the criminal trespasses, the everything else. You're not the victim here. Don't disrespect true victims.
I'm not trying.
They deserve better than that. It is your poor decisions that brought you here, and for me to enter your life and you to enter mine. It's your fault. It's not their fault. You're not the victim here. I'm not going to put up with you being the victim. So, Brianna, I'm detaining you because you keep on making bad decisions, and one day somebody's going to die, and it's going to be your fault. Thank you, Brianna. Alexis Clark. I'm sorry? Did they bring the child? Okay, we'll do that last. Yeah, we'll do that last. We'll be in person and last. Okay, so the next one's Micah Dunn. Sorry. All right, Mr. Dunn, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a child is brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to an attorney and your right to remain silent. All right, so we replaced you on probation for burglary of a habitation. Back in March, you were ordered $384 as restitution, and you have paid $0. So I'm gonna let you know, just because of that, I'm detaining you. But let's look at your case. So you're placed on probation for 1 year back in March. You were supposed to successfully complete TCAP, 48 hours of community service, and restitution. March 23rd, you left home without permission, stayed out overnight, and our probation officer told you don't do it again or we have to have an administrative hearing. September, your mom said you're staying out late, not following curfew, so we scheduled an administrative hearing. A couple days later, you appeared virtually to talk about your curfew violations, not completing online schoolwork. If you kept on doing it, well, your probation officer's nice. If I knew about it, I would have said, bring you in, but they were saying, just don't do it again and we'll put an EM on you. So October 2nd, did not go to school, and mom thought you were drinking alcohol and smoking weed. So we requested an electronic monitor, we ordered one, and then on October 8th, he tested positive for weed and placed on electronic monitor. I mean, I can give great deference to your probation officer, but you're lucky I didn't know about this. All right, September 26th, we had an administrative hearing about you smoking weed in the garage. You refused to participate in the meeting and left home without permission, so we issued a warrant. All right, so you're on probation, you're not paying your probation fees or your restitution, you're smoking weed, you're breaking curfew, you're ignoring, you're not coming to hearings or to administrative hearings. There's absolutely no reason why you need to be released in the community. Let's see what Mr. Willett, how about his history?
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, his history. He has a burden of habitation for September 8th, burden of habitation September 9th, evading arrest September 13th. This is all 19. Evading arrest September 22nd. Talking about TYRC for weed. Yeah, I don't, again, nobody has yet to bring me any kind of peer review study that shows you can treat weed use. It's not an addiction. I don't know, Mr. Willett, you're a magician, do your thing, but I'm kind of pessimistic about this kid.
Well, I understand, Your Honor. It's the drug problem the drug issue that's probably the bigger issue too with it. I mean, as far as
I really don't like Judge Kim's apparently ingrained expert knowledge about this particular drug and its current treatment possibilities, etc. He claims that weed you can't be addicted to. And listen, I smoke more weed than most people. Okay. But you can be addicted to anything. You can be addicted to sex, you can be addicted to fighting, you can be addicted to running, you can be addicted to food, you can be addicted to anything. So to scoff and say you can't be addicted to THC, just again, it's like when in Judge Manning's court somebody makes an argument for the murderer and the shoplifter the same way. It makes your other argument weaker. So I think a better way to look at that, if anybody is dependent upon anything in their life that is causing them a problem and they want to get help for that problem, I really don't think we should be discouraging them. Perhaps in the end, they don't end up treating an addiction to weed. However, maybe they give some coping mechanisms to actually go through and deal with what they are going through. There's a lot of masking behaviors that go on as well. It just is a really weird stance to take on that. And what I think it is that he basically wants to save money in his district. And if you have a standard like we don't send kids to treatment for weed, you eliminate a lot of the kids that may have bogged down the system in a way. And it's not necessarily that they didn't need the help. It just means that they have to escalate their behavior before they get the help. So I, again, don't think it's a smart stance to take, to be honest. I am an absolute addicted to court, totally. But I also didn't, I'm addicted to court, but I smoke a lot of weed, but I never smoked weed in high school. I started smoking weed after I was 18. So, like I did it once or twice when I was younger, but really not. That's great, Jesse, by the way. So again, like I used to manage a dispensary, so it really is ridiculous to me to think that you can't get addicted to something. Of course you can. But I really do have a big I don't know, a stance. I really don't like kids using marijuana until they're a little bit older. I really don't. Um, but as an adults, I would prefer you to use weed than to drink alcohol. Absolutely. Alcohol causes many more problems. Um, but it has a much bigger lobby and a more effective lobby. So, that's why they are the way they are. Absolutely. And so, but what I have to be careful of is standing here holding this pen or holding whatever and saying to my 14-year-old, you can't do this because without real evidence, reasoning, and alternatives. Um, I've actually looked into getting my daughter and her friends vapes that are just aromatherapy. If you want to be cool, you want to fit in, let's make it happen in different ways. We got to meet people where they're at as much as we can. And the other thing is nicotine. I used to smoke cigarettes way back before I got pregnant. And nicotine is a treat is been shown to treat ADHD, and the nicotinic receptors within that are well shown to treat ADHD. However, the negatives of smoking far outweigh the positives of the treatment. However, that they're using it to learn about that. So there's all these different things that people crutch or rely upon. Exercise is another one of them. And again, I really think that it's very close-minded. To me, if somebody comes and asks for help, the answer should be yes. The answer should absolutely be yes. Oh, that's definitely for an after dark episode, but I'm gonna write that down. Let's continue on, but I have a vapes. Popcorn lung is absolutely a thing. Here's the thing. So in Canada, they're regulated. Just for anybody out there who is perhaps buying something like a cartridge of THC and they're trying to do some shopping, I just want to give a little PSA message. What you need to be looking for in that case is you don't want anything that contains food grade terpenes. So oftentimes if a strain in a shatter or an oil, like a distillate, is labeled um, blueberry or lemon, like super like fruity flavors. And if you've ever tried them, they're like bam, hit you in the face fruit. Those, if you ask or look, those are often made by using food grade terpenes, which are approved for consumption, but they're not researched for inhalation. And so it's very important to stay away from those types of distillates. You want to stay in the full spectrum with marijuana terpenes, basically. So if you're at a dispensary, you would ask for something that is full spectrum, doesn't have added fake terpenes in it. And the, yeah, I don't vape nicotine, so I don't know what the regulations are, but I know in Canada there are regulations. So what that means is you have to buy it through a regulated place for nicotine. Uh, Again, that's just something that like you get to know later on and learn. But food grade terpenes are what I personally think are quite dangerous to inhale. So I would avoid those. Anyways, let's continue on our little detention docket. This kid did look young, I would have to say. But let's continue. Sorry.
There's restitution. I don't know what to tell you on that. I don't know if he has a job or not, is able to actually pay it. Obviously, there's other issues besides that that's concerning.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, skipping school weed doesn't make you skip school, right? Weed makes you want to skip school. It doesn't make you skip school. So, I don't know, Mr. Willett. Mr. Dunn, you've got a great attorney. So if he can find a way to convince me, if anybody can find a way to convince me, Mr. Willett will. So we'll see. But yeah, Mr. Dunn, you done messed up. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you catch that one? All right, Parish Marchbanks. I was pretty proud of myself. All right, Mr. March Parish, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Candace Taylor is your attorney. Miss Taylor, there we are. Good to see you.
You too.
All right, so you have no history of this department. Fort Worth PD brought you in yesterday about 1 o'clock. There's Central High School, there's a fight. Evidently, you had started a fight with another student, was separated by an SRO and an AP. Assistant principal was holding you back, but you broke free, hit the security officer in the back of the head with a fist while he was holding the other individual back. Then he pushed the security officer into a table into the ground, caused the security officer to vomit and treated by MedStar. All right, is the parent here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, are you mom?
Yes.
All right, what's going on with Parish? Tell me, like, this is a pretty big first time to be here. So give me information.
So I was actually at the school when this happened.
Oh, why were you at the school when this happened?
Well, I brought them lunch and him and my daughter.
Ma'am, can you take off your mask maybe? It's coming very muffled.
Yeah. So I had been aware of this issue before. Paris's second year at Central, this is a group of guys that had bothered him. So he did make the school aware. He talked to the assistant principal and they were aware of this issue. When I brought Paris his lunch, I guess in passing, he ran past one of the guys and that's when the altercation happened. So I wasn't actually in the building, I was actually outside. But I spoke with the assistant principal and I had actually spoke with Selena before I got here. He was gonna try to make it here so he can like tell what he saw on camera, because he said on the camera, he didn't see Paris physically push the Mr. O is what his name was.
Security officer?
Yes. He said on the camera, he didn't see Paris physically push him. So the school is writing statements as well, and they just couldn't get them in before I went to court. They are willing to come in or write a statement or do whatever they can for Paris because he's not a bad student.
So tell me what Parish's grades are.
Paris has B's and C's.
All right. Is he respectful to you?
Yes.
Does he break curfew?
No, he don't. He doesn't even leave unless he's going to work.
Oh, he has a job.
Yes.
Where does he work?
Water breaking.
Okay. Does he have chores at home?
Yes.
What chores does he have?
He has trash, he has the bathroom, and he has his room.
All right. Who are his friends?
He doesn't have none. We're not from Texas.
Oh, where are you from?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay. You have disciplinary problems in Missouri?
No. Never had any issues with the law or anything.
You smoke weed?
Now, they called me this morning and said he does. I didn't know anything about it.
Did we give him a drug test this morning?
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Aguirre, what'd you say?
No, he was not drug tested, Your Honor.
Okay. Mom, who told you he smokes weed?
Well, Selena, I believe, said Paris told her. He tried it before.
Oh, was there just a mission that he did before?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mom, did you know about that?
Not till this morning.
Okay. Well, if there's any benefit about this encounter, then now you know.
Right.
All right. Well, Mom, you think it's appropriate to send him back home?
Yes, I do.
All right. So the school will probably need, was it level 3, level 2 hearing? I think he's probably not allowed back on campus yet, right?
Well, they're going to try to get him, because he just went back to school. He was virtual and I sent him back. Haven't even been in 2 weeks, so they're going to try to get him back on virtual.
So this is what I'm going to do. Parish, Mr. Gary, when was his admission of last use? Hold on, Parrish. Don't say anything. I'm asking your probation officer a question.
Your Honor, he disclosed to detention staff that he smokes randomly, but he didn't specifically give a date of his last use.
Okay. All right. Well, this is going to be the question, Parrish. All right. I'm going to ask you a question. Do not answer the question. All right. The question I'm going to ask you that you're not answering is if I give you a drug test, are you be clean or dirty? Before you answer, there are 3 ways this works out. One, you told me you're dirty. I'm going to hold you here for a couple days, get you to level 1O. You behave, I'll let you go home to your mom. However, if you tell me that you are clean and you are clean, I'll let you go home today with your mom. Like, she won't even have to leave the building. The problem is, if you tell me that you're clean, we test you and you're actually dirty, then I'm going to make you stay here, get to level 1O and hold it for 3 days. Now, that being said, it's up to you to tell me, if I give you a drug test, are you be clean or dirty?
Sure, no.
I'm sorry?
I can answer it now.
Yeah, you can answer now.
Dirty.
You're gonna be dirty. All right. So, Mom, good information for you, right? For you to know. When was your last use?
Like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Who'd you get it from?
Excuse me.
Sorry?
Excuse me.
Who'd you get it from?
I don't know his name.
All right, we're not gonna play this game. All right. Let's go ahead and pause, stop, rewind. Let's try this again. All right. Who'd you get it from? Your mom needs to know who you got it from.
I say I don't know his name.
So you just go up to a random person, they just give you weed.
No.
Again, sorry, yeah, Judge Kim, that's how it works. You don't get introduced to the drug dealers by last name. Okay. This kid needs to make a decision right now if he's gonna keep this up or if he's gonna snitch. I could hear him wavering already. His answer's not bad, and it would make sense. So, uh, one for me too. I literally, yes, of course. And especially if you give them money. It's not that hard. Weed smells. So if you smell somebody smoking weed and you walk over to them, intro made. Go to view and pinboards. Okay, let's keep watching. But see, this is part of why I'm a bad influence because I'm like, come on, son, double down, get this lie right. I want you to be on it. You don't know. Don't waver. But that's the wrong. Anyways, let's keep watching.
It was a snap.
I'm sorry?
It was a snap.
It was what?
A snap.
It was a snack?
It's a Snapchat. Take it on.
Oh, on Snapchat?
Yes.
You're just meeting up, finding drug dealers on Snapchat and going buying weed from them. All right. Just so you know, we have a kid in detention right now that's here on a murder charge over $40 of weed. You see the problem here?
Sir.
Mom, is this very informative for you? Mom?
Yes.
Okay, is this process, this conversation informative for you?
As far as?
As far as you, like, are you getting more information that you need as a parent? Is this helping you as a parent?
Yes, but I'll talk to my son in private when we get home.
Okay, that works for me. I just want to make sure that mom understands what's going on. And so, all right, so Parrish, you have to get to level 1O. You can get there as quick as 3 days if you don't cause problems here, all right? Given by the expression of your mom, you may want her to have that cool-down period. So, but you're going to have an uncomfortable conversation with her. So anyways, get to level 1O. We'll go ahead and release you, and we'll go ahead and put him on random urinalysis while this case is pending. Okay? All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
I said one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Mama, can you tell the job? Because I was supposed to work tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All
May I
right.
be?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you.
Blake Odom. All right, Mr. Odom.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought to our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days. You have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If you keep you here, see a judge every 10 days. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Ms. Hamrick is here. She is your attorney. So, Mr. Odom, you are 16 years old. You were on probation for burglary by habitation from September 10th, so like just over a month ago. And so yesterday, about 4 o'clock in the morning, Richland Hills were dispatched for a burglary call. 2 males attempting to break in a car. Victim observed one of them in between his cars, and one of the car doors open. Saw the males run east from his home. A Richland Hill sergeant saw a vehicle reversing in the area that the victim reported that the suspect ran towards. So the sergeant did a traffic stop. Males were inside the vehicle. Blake was in the front passenger seat. So they searched the car, found a light blue and pink wallet with coins inside, debit cards, credit cards, insurance cards with different people's names. They questioned the 2 adult accomplices who admitted they were all breaking into cars throughout the night. They brought you to Kimbo. So you're on probation for burglary by habitation. Now you get arrested for burglary of a vehicle, and you're positive for opiates. And so, all right. Well, Blake, you can't be on probation for stealing things, get arrested for stealing things, and using drugs. And so, I don't think you really understand what probation is about. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Let's go ahead and start a placement search on this child. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to do this one pretty quickly because this child obviously doesn't want to accept any kind of supervision. Thank you, Mr. Odom. Catriel Richardson. It was one of those, like, normally I'd ask the parents why he was out at 4 in the morning, but I almost feel like they can't do anything to this kid. All right, Mr. Richardson, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When you brought here, you get to see a judge within 2 days, and I get to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you get to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Mr. Brad Shaw. I don't think Mr. Shaw is here today. Oh, there he is. There's Mr. Shaw. All right, so yesterday you turned yourself in voluntarily on a warrant that I signed since you left home without permission, and we couldn't find you. September 24th, we had a virtual administrative hearing with Mom and your supervisor because you're sneaking out of the house, and a video of you rolling what appears to be a blunt. Shortly after the hearing, Mom said that you left the home without her permission, so we told her mom to call you in as a runaway, and so Mom gave us some information, and then you called probation, said you're going to turn yourself in, but didn't do so. And then yesterday you turned yourself in. So you were on probation for unlawfully carrying a weapon in a prohibited place, which is a felony level offense from last November. You turned yourself in, you're positive for weed. You were put in TCAP, successfully completed. Mom decided that you should live with Dad, maybe that may help you. And that you were having issues between your dad and stepmom. So we thought it's best for you to move back with your mom. And Mom's worried about you sneaking in the house smoking weed, which evidently you are. And DA wants to reestablish supervision with you. He turns 18 in December. Mr. Richmond, y'all are really looking to reestablish supervision in the next 2 months, 8 weeks. I mean,
Well, Judge, the goal is to keep them from going downtown. It sounds like he's got some ongoing problems. So I guess during the period we got left, we'll see what we can do.
I mean, I'm looking at this as this is the classic case of a kid needing TJJD. So, all right, well, Mom's here. Miss Richardson, I guess you're Sidra Richardson.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, well. I think your son needs a wake-up call.
I don't disagree.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. We're running out of time. If the DA is looking not to revoke his probation and send him to TJJD, then I can be a little creative here. We don't have any other DAs here, right, Mr. Richmond? You're the only one.
Correct. This is not my case. I can look up and see if there's any notes about what the assigned DA intends.
Can you ask Miss Smith to pop on real quick? Is she available?
Let me see.
Or Mr. Shaw, you're the attorney, right?
Yes, I am.
All right, Mr. Shaw, downtown misdemeanor court. What's typical CTS for a weed case?
Less than 30 days.
At 2 for 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, considering how little time we have, this is what I'm going to do, Catriel. I'm going to go ahead and, so since you're 17 years old, the law says I can either hold you here in the juvenile facility or downtown facility. All right. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold you downtown in the central lockup in the downtown jail with all the other adult inmates. And since typically everyone gets about 30 days credit time served at 2 for 1. So that ends up being 15 real days. So I'm going to go ahead and release you in 15 days, after 15 days in the county jail. So you know what's going to happen the next time you're caught with weed. Now, this does not.
Time served. Time served. Every time that comes up, I sing it. Time served.
Go down as a conviction for you. It doesn't work like that. It's just this is, I think, the best that I can do. So going forward, you know what's going to happen when you get caught with weed. Right? Yes, Mom?
I have a question. So you said that you're going to send him to county for 15 days.
Yes.
Because he is 17. What happens at the end of that 15? Because he has not been attending school. I don't know where he's been. We set down ground rules. He was back with me for less than a week, and every day it was something different. He snuck out, left the window open. So I need to know what my responsibility is after he is released from Tarrant County, because I've already gotten truancy contact for him, and he has already informed me when he came back that his desire was to leave when he was 18, which is going to be December 24th. So I need to know what my responsibility and accountability, because he cannot come back to my home.
Right. Well, we can send him to CPS. They can hold him for 2 weeks or for 6 more weeks before they discharge him. But yeah, I'm sorry you're going through all that. I can't do anything about the truancy stuff. That's with the JP courts and the municipal courts. All I'm saying right now is I feel like we've run out of time to help this child. If he's going to be a knucklehead, he's going to be a knucklehead. And that's his choice. So I just want to give him a taste. Mr. Smith, the reason why I asked you, thank you, Mr. Richardson. Typically, downtown misdemeanor case, first time possession weed case, CTS offer, what is it, usually about 30 days?
I'm sorry, Judge Cameron's asking me.
Oh, yeah, asking you.
Okay.
Downtown misdemeanor days, first time possession of weed case under 2 ounces, typically about 30 days.
Yeah, it's 30 days, anywhere from CTS to 30 days or a deferred offer, something around that.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get Mr. Richardson here. Keeps on smoking weed. He's on probation. He's sneaking out of the house. He wants to be a grown-up. And so I just wanted him to experience what the grown-up consequences are. Yeah, this is my best effort to rehabilitate him and to teach him.
Your
So,
Honor,
yes, Mr. Bose?
Officer DeBose. He also, he expires on November the 4th, so that's also in a week.
Okay, do we have a motion to modify pending? Oh, no. On the course of motion, the court will extend his probation to his 18th birthday.
Okay.
So just if we can request that Donna to get me the jacket or the clerk to get me the jacket. So that way he knows 2 for 1, 30 days, 15 days. I'll release him after 15 days in county as a rehabilitative effort. So, I mean, if he wants to keep on smoking weed and carrying weed around, he knows what he can expect every time he gets caught with it. Okay. So, Mom, to answer your question, though, yeah, unfortunately, the law says you're still the responsible adult as the parent until his 18th birthday. You can go through a process of emancipating him. I don't think it's worth it because by the time you get a court date, he'll already have turned 18. Okay.
So, I mean, if he doesn't come back to my home, I mean,
Call as a runaway. And that's it.
so do I have to pick him up from county because I'm still responsible for him until his 18th birthday?
Legally, yes. But factually, no. The sheriff isn't going to hold him until you pick him up. It's not like juvenile detention. The sheriff will just let him out the door.
Okay.
Okay? But, you know, I mean, he wants to be a big boy, so he can be a big boy.
Yes, he does. And Judge, I have tried everything that I possibly can in this past year. I really have, sir.
Ms. Richardson,
And
I look at what the notes are, and I'm impressed by your level of engagement and involvement at this point in your son's life. You have done far more. If we could have more parents like you in Tarrant County, so many of Tarrant County's problems would go away. We need more parents like you. And I wish so many parents that come through here could see the amount of caring and commitment you have for your son, because there's so many children that deserve it that don't get it. And unfortunately, and I'm going to be very blunt, here's a child now that doesn't deserve it, but is getting it, and it's wasted on him. So maybe one day he'll wake up and realize that he's not so smart after all. He doesn't know everything, and maybe mama was actually really trying to help him, but that's not going to happen between now and December 24th. You and I both know that. All right, but Mom, God bless you. I have a tremendous amount of admiration for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, son.
All right, so Ketrell, go and detain you. I'll let you out in 15 days. This is my rehabilitative effort. And then, if you decide that 15 days wasn't bad and you want to keep on smoking weed, keep on smoking weed. I mean, it's on you. All right. So anyways. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Okay. Rios Adorno. Mary Angeles. That's rehabilitation, right? I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. Ms. Smith, that's all I needed, so you can go back to your business. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Judge.
All right, Mary Angeles, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention. Been here 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you get to see a judge every 10 days. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. This is, let's see. Is this the one? This is the one where she stole the truck in Iowa?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, so we placed you in Iowa. You escaped from the facility, and then you stole a vehicle with a boat attached and ran into a crop field. That poor farmer. Okay. So at the modification hearing, Judge Porter found that you violated your probation. You're supposed to do residential treatment at Lake Granbury. And your probation expires April 29th, 2022. So, and you were here on a felony level offense. So you've been accepted at Lake Granbury. All right, so you have to be released from medical isolation before we can send you off to Lake Granbury. All right, Mary Angeles, I don't remember if we had this conversation before. Do we have a parent here for her?
Yes, her mom.
Her mom's here? Which one's her mom?
Yes.
Oh, Maria. All right, Mary Angeles, I don't remember if we had this conversation, but generally what I do is the child's brought in, we try probation. If that doesn't work, we try a long-term placement or short-term placement, local. If that doesn't work, we look at a long-term placement. If that doesn't work, I just go to TJJD. That's a general path that I take. For some reason, people decided and convinced Judge Porter that you should have one more chance at a local placement. So we went from probation to a long-term placement, out of state to a local placement, and give you one more chance. I kind of skipped a step. I trust Judge Porter. I mean, I hired him, so I trust him. So I'm gonna go with it, but just let you know, if it was me, I would have been sending you to TJJD normally. And so this may be your last chance. This is the point that you need to decide. Either you're gonna get your act together and do right, or you're just gonna be a knucklehead and keep on doing what you're doing. If you're gonna be a knucklehead and you're not gonna do right, just let me know now so we can send you to TJJD. The sooner you get there, the sooner you get out. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not going to be a knucklehead.
Okay, all right, good. That's exactly what I want to hear. And do you understand? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a level 1.
Well, I saw that from today. What happened? Why'd you drop down?
What do you mean?
You just got to level 1O today.
No,
You
I
were
didn't.
level, yeah, maybe you were level 1A yesterday.
Well, I was at level 1 for a week.
Yeah, but there's level 1O and level 1A, right?
That's because I said no to my shower, so they took away 3 points because I was half asleep. And they asked me, and it was so cold in my room. Supposedly, they asked me, "Are you gonna take a shower?" And they said that I said no, but I don't remember that.
You know I'm Asian, right?
Okay, first of all, weird judge. Let me get my comment in before you start with whatever tangent you're about to go on. Part of my ADHD, I hate showers so much. So I get it. I would have a real hard time. This is like reason 812 where I would be in detention until my 19th birthday if I was in front of Judge King. Okay, let's hear what he says to this person. And I'm going to get my coffee about being Asian. Also, I believe her, Handy P. She's like, I believe her. It was cold. It was a nasty morning. She was half asleep. They took away 3 damn points.
Like, you can tell I'm Asian. You understand? Like, I demand, it's just excellent. 100s is what I want. I'm an Asian, not a Bijan, right? Make sense?
Yeah.
Like, it's either you do everything right or you're not doing right. That's the way my parents raised me. That's what I'm expecting of you. You got to do everything right. Okay, so you can't say no to the shower because you're supposed to take the shower. Okay, when you go to Lake Granbury, you go there, you get A's in Lake Granbury, and then you and I don't deal with each other anymore. Like, you are controlling this.
I'm gonna be like, I know I said this the last time I was here, but honestly, I can't really say I can't say, okay, I'm gonna do it. I have to really prove it to you with my actions. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. And
Okay.
when I get released from Lake Granbury, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna like have a smile on my face, and then you're gonna start smiling and laughing. Like,
Yes.
okay, you
And
did
come
it.
by. Come by through the front door and visit me. And be like, Judge Kim, Judge Porter made the right call. You would have been wrong. That's what I want you to say. Call me out on it. Say, you would have made the wrong decision by sending me to TJ.
I did it.
Yes, that's what I want. I want you to come through the front door. All right, but you do understand, like, I'm kind of telling you, fool me, fool the system, game the system. Do what you're supposed to do, get done with this, get out, and move on with your life. But if you're fighting the system, you know, you and I are going to have these conversations.
Yeah, and you really woke me up like the 2 weeks ago, right? And said like, even though like, yeah, you were hard on me, I needed that. I really did needed that, so I can wake up and actually see what's going on around me. Like I needed you to be firm with me, because if you would have just like brushed it off and be like, okay, you're detained, you're going to Lake Granbury, whatever, I would have took advantage of that and not really see the consequences and not really care of what my actions are doing to hurt. My actions are hurting me. I would have never saw that. My actions are hurting me, and it's like, okay, I finally, like, I woke up and I'm like, okay, this is about time. Like, I know I don't know that much coping skills, but it's like I also know that my actions for coping is not getting me anywhere but jail. So I know I have to find some other coping skills, and you really helped me realize and wake up like, okay, this is not the life I want to have.
Well, thank you, but it's all on you, right? I mean, you're the one that's turning the corner and making the changes and making the decisions. But what you're gonna find out is life is about working the system, right? I got these court coordinators that are great, but they fool me all the time, right? And that's okay, because the job is getting done and they're just working the system to make sure everything runs smoothly. Right? That's just the way life is going to work. When you have a job, you'll have the same thing. With your mom, trust me, your mom would be happy if you fooled her in being a respectful daughter. All right? You see what I'm saying? So don't fight the system, work the system. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, Mary Angela. So I probably won't see you again. They'll probably send you out to Lake Granbury. So when you get out of Lake Granbury, come into the front door. It's like, I want to see Judge Kim. Okay? I want to tell him he was wrong. You would have been wrong. Okay? All right. Thank you, Mary Angeles.
I tested negative for COVID. And
Okay. Oh, good.
they
Good.
kept me in my room just in case. So I don't really know what's going on.
No, they'll let you out soon. I'm sorry about. There's just a quarantine period that we have to do for these placements, and we have to keep you separated. So, but no, keep up the good work. I'm glad you're level 1 now. Thank you.
Okay,
That means a lot to me.
She's sophisticated in her understanding of this situation. I hope she makes it too. I want to share with you guys a little bit of, well, I've researched things. I do quite a good job of those things. And I was just looking up Lake Granbury to see about it. And, you can make a website. That's not what you should look at when you go to a company's website, or even like especially a facility like that's website. The first place I go to is the careers page to see what jobs they're hiring for, how often, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, what they pay. Those are really important factors in a facility like that and in most businesses. And you can learn a lot from looking at the careers page on, like, the first thing I do when I go to almost any website, I'm like right down to the bottom to the tiny little, directory at the bottom of most websites. And I'm like about or careers or work with us, because you learn a lot. Anyways, I really hope she does make it. I really hope she does. Did. I mean, this is 3 years ago. I hope she did. Let's keep going.
Thank you. The nurse said that if the other kids come back positive for COVID, that they're gonna have to keep me in here for 14 days.
I don't know. I don't run the facility. I kind of know what goes on, but there's a different person that actually runs the detention center.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Judge Kim. I love you, Mom. And when I get out of quarantine, I'll call you. I promise.
Thank you, Mary. Please. No.
My parents are?
Yes. All right, Mr. Sparks. I'm Judge Kim. This
Yes,
is.
sir.
Yes, this is
I can't see my parents on here. Nobody.
Well, the question is, Ms. Blair, are the parents here?
Yes,
They're
they're coming in, Judge.
Mhm.
I'm not going to comment. Let's just keep watching. He's going to ask her to take that off her head.
Which is the one that we're doing? Yeah, sorry. We got a couple jailings. All right, Mr. Sparks. This is a 10-day detention hearing. Decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you see a judge in 10 days. You have a right to an attorney, and you have a right to remain silent.
Yes,
So
sir.
you're level 1 outstanding. You've been there for over a week. Good.
Yes, sir.
Forthwith issue a warrant for aggravated deadly weapon. See, you're released to be admitted to TYRC, and that you absconded from the treatment facility. So we issued a warrant for you. And that told your mom that you have to turn yourself in. You were scheduled, this is back in May, so you had an adjudication hearing with court. You didn't show up to court. So we remind you again to show up again. And then in August, sorry, this one. So August, there's domestic disturbance. Your aunt said that you spent the night to spend time with your girlfriend. You were upset because your girlfriend refused to have sex with you, and you brought over other girls to the apartment to fight your girlfriend. And so said your boyfriend would not let you back in the apartment, so you got a gun and pointed it at Alan's face. And then you damaged the window and front door, spoke to her boyfriend who confirmed that you pointed a gun, and he believed that you would pull the trigger and kill him. Then they spoke to somebody in the apartment, heard a gunshot, and several juveniles near the apartment. One of them had a gun in his hand, and they left a maroon colored sedan, photo lineup, and they selected you as the person who pointed the gun at Alan. So we tried to contact you and your mom several times. We issued a warrant for you, and we'll eventually find you at home. And this is the one where, and you were positive for weed when you were brought in. So you have a pending case, you're smoking weed, you're pulling guns on people. You have a previous case, arrest for all kinds of stuff. Ag robbery, assault, unauthorized use of motor vehicle, evading arrest, theft of stealing a car, threatening a public servant. What is a threatening a public servant case, Ms. Blair? Is that police officer or teacher?
Hold on one second, Judge.
The police officer, Judge.
Police officer, all right. So he's got 2 pending felony cases for evading arrest with a car that caused serious bodily injury and threatening a police officer. And we issued a warrant for you for skipping court. And then you pick up an ag assault deadly weapon using a firearm. And you're smoking weed. And this is the one where I got a disagreement with mom, because I advised mom that had you found him and brought him in, I would have kept him in custody for skipping court, and he wouldn't pick up this ag assault case. So anyways, Jalen, yeah, you know my policy, kids with guns, that's something I just don't tolerate. I'm one of the few judges that actually just draw the line there, and that's where I draw the line. So I'm going to go and detain you. We do have court with next week.
Judge.
Yes,
Judge,
sir.
This case has progressed since the narration in the offense report. The last charge related family members, and they have contacted the DA. The situation wasn't the way it was reported. They are not willing to pursue the charges, so that charge, as serious as it is, may well be disposed of. And the last time we were before the court, I don't know if the judge remembered that we were supposed to come back to adjudicate this case, and pending the search for placement, you will release him. And now the current situation with the placement is that because of his intellectual deficiency, they may not be able to find a placement. So we are looking at the option of probation, and Janet has asked the probation to suggest other options or other services. So is level 1 outstanding? We are ready to sign the paperwork to get adjudication done, can be released, placement search. So he's doing everything that the court is asking him to do. The offense report is always repeating the same thing as if we are still status quo, but that's not the case.
Was it dismissed yet or not? Is it still pending or dismissed? The ag assault case?
It's still pending, but I have added additional information which the court can also factor in to determine the seriousness and the proper weight to give to that particular charge. And I'm not saying that we are disposing of, but I'm saying we have progressed to the point where the court said, you all come with adjudication on this case, pending the time we find placement, I will release him. And that's what we're all working to. It's not his fault that they can't place him. It didn't cause his own IDD situation. So keeping him there, I don't know that is in his best interest, or keeping him away from his family because of his psychological problems. It may actually be worsening his psychological problem because he's getting frustrated. I'm even glad he's controlled today because he's not acting out the way he did when he got your attention 2 settings ago. And I'm glad he's controlling himself today. So,
Jalen, what's your street name?
They call me Lil Jalen or Pop Out, but they call me Pop Out because look, I rap. Like in the free, I rap. And if I made Pop Out, I mean it's like Pop Out gang, but I made Pop Out so everybody can. So my name, cause everybody it had a gang. Somebody had a gang called Pop Out Gang, but I made it first. So I was like, I'm finna name my name Pop Out. After everybody, so I started rapping and stuff. Everybody call me Pop Out because they like their name that I made.
You understand that if you're on probation,
yes, sir,
that I'm gonna put you back on the porch, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you're stepping off the streets while you're on probation. You understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
That's just something. Just make sure you're talking to your attorney about that. You understand that you can't live that life anymore while you're on probation.
Yes, sir. I understand. I would not be on social media either.
Yeah. Oh, y'all learned your lesson, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
that's impressive.
Because you know what happens when I see you on Instagram with a gun, right?
Yes, sir. I come back in here. You're not released.
You come back in here. All right, Mr. Arniji, this is what I want. So at this point, so Jalen, hear me out, okay? Don't jump to conclusions on this one. Okay, so you're level 1-0. Seems like there's a change. You're a lot more respectful this time, and your mom's a lot more respectful this time than before. So I appreciate that. Mr. Adeniji, either get the dismissal on the ag assault case or get the victim on an out of custody detention hearing to say that they're not going to prosecute, and I'll release him. He has to keep level 1-0, but
Is
I'm
that
concerned.
the sister? Mom, I think, is that the sister with you, Mom?
No, this is his girlfriend.
Okay, did you hear what the judge just said?
Yeah, but I have a situation going on with her now. So I don't think that's gonna be, I have a retaliation charge going against her right now. So I don't know. I could get in contact with Alan Ketchens. Alan Ketchens is who contacted the DA.
There's a retaliation of you against them or them against you?
I have a charge against her. She recently did something before the last hearing. And yeah, pretty much it don't have nothing to do with this case.
So she's got a case with you as a victim?
I am the victim of her.
Yes, she has a case with you as a victim.
Yes.
Mr. Ndiji, are you going to get this AMP?
It's not looking good.
But Alan Ketchens is the person who talked to the DA. My son don't have the charge against my sister. He has the charge against her boyfriend, which is Alan Ketchens.
Your sister.
Who?
Who has the charge against your sister?
What charge? The retaliation?
Yeah. Well, so I'm trying to figure out what is it what she retaliating against? Do you have a case against your sister?
Yes. It's
For
not, it doesn't have, she recently violated, she came to my house with some children and they ran up in my house trying to attack her. This is his girlfriend. That's why I said the statement you guys have, to a certain extent, is false.
Okay, ma'am, the judge wants to know about your charge against your sister, not anything about this case.
Yes.
I'm not talking about this case.
Okay.
Long story short, I could probably get Alan Ketchens to talk to you because that's who's been in contact with the DA.
That's what I want. Get Alan on Zoom to tell me he's going to tell the DA he doesn't want this case to go forward, and I'm okay with releasing Jalen, but he's got to keep that level 1-0.
Okay. Judge, we'll get you an affidavit from Alan.
Yes, that's good enough. Sworn affidavit, not unsworn, but a sworn affidavit.
Okay. Appreciate
all right,
Judge.
Jalen, you understand where I'm at?
Can y'all repeat that?
Yeah, so I want Alan, your aunt's boyfriend, to sign a sworn statement saying that he's not wanting to prosecute, or the DA dismisses the ag assault, the gun charge, and your level 1-0, I'm okay releasing you on EM, okay?
On the next detention?
No, we don't have to wait to 10 days. Whenever they can get it to me, I can do it. I'll do it.
Whenever he say he got to write a statement, right?
Well,
yes.
Mr. Adniji will write this.
I got a question. Can he come? Can he come to Zoom? Like, can he come to the Zoom?
Yes, that works too.
All right.
Okay. So we can figure that one out. I'm giving you a chance, but you understand this EM's gonna be a pretty tight lockdown.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so
Mr. Adeniji, Latif over here, is absolutely a straight shooter, and he will not allow or should not. Honestly, it it is normal to hear of non-prosecution things, but what Mr. Adeniji is going to do is absolutely get an affidavit of intent, because why on earth would you risk putting somebody in front of Judge Kim who they could say anything if he's willing to accept a written affidavit, which you will already know what it says. It would be ridiculously stupid. Like, he wants that kid, look at his eyes right now. He wants that kid to shut up. He's like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. He's begging him with his laser eyes right now. It's funny. I don't know that. I don't even want to guess what all of those different parts are, and I know that, but I do know that Mr. Adeniji is a straight shooter, as it were. So he's, an officer of the court, which means he has to be honest, he has to be upfront, he has to be straightforward, he has to follow rules of evidence, he has to follow the rules and decorum of the courts. Let's go.
What a mess.
You said whenever you said whenever they get in contact with him or get him in front of the Zoom camera.
What I'm telling you, Jalen, your attorney knows what's going on. You've got a good attorney. All right. So he will work on this. He wants to get you out. He's fighting for you. Okay. You understand where I stand on kids with guns.
Yes, sir.
That's a really big deal for me. Your attorney understands that. He respects that. You got to respect that too.
I respect it.
Okay. All your friends, y'all got to start respecting that. Like, Judge Kim doesn't mess around with guns. Right? So,
I think everybody in the county knows that now.
So, anyway, Jalen, do your part. Keep your level 1-0. Don't ruin it for your attorney. Don't make him do all this work. And you drop down because you act a fool, and then he can't get you out.
Yes, sir.
All right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Love you, Jalen.
I love y'all too.
Appreciate it.
Felicity Willingham.
Am I free to leave, Judge?
Please. Good to see you, Mr. Adeniji.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I'll be covering from Felicity as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Colbert. All right, Felicity, I'm Judge Kim. You just turned 14 years old. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. So I'm reviewing your case. Figure out if I release you or keep you here. If I keep you here, you see a judge in 10 days. So October 14th, you were a runaway. We issued a warrant for you. You left your home on October 4th. And you were having contact on Instagram with a young man that you ran away with and were not to have contact with. And you were at his house when they found you. So mom is asking to release you to your dad's sister on electronic monitor. They agreed that would be a good place for you to live here in Tarrant County. So, is this mom?
No, that's my aunt.
Your aunt, okay. Aunt, who is this boy that she
The mom's here.
Oh, mom's here too. Hi, mom. Lakeisha.
Hello.
How old is this boy that she ran away with?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Who's this boy that she ran away with?
So the boy is not the original boy that I thought it was when she ran away the very first time this summer. This was someone she met on Instagram, from what I understand.
You know his name?
The name that I was given was Tevin.
Okay. You know how old he is?
I was told he was 18.
18.
Your Honor, may approach.
Yes, Mr. Colbert.
Your Honor, once Felicity was detained, she gave some information to the detention officers at that time. They got information. Police was called out. She did have an interview with ACH, Your Honor, on the 22nd of October. Once upon a release, ACH will get in contact with mom or aunt to have her schedule a visit for office visits for some more testings regarding that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Also, initially when she was placed on supervision, FPP was denied due to the fact that she was already participating in ACH counseling program. However, that has been wrapped up. It's our goal to refer this young lady back to FPP for services.
Okay. All right. So Felicity, you understand you're on probation for stealing a car, and you're smoking weed while you're on probation. You run away while you're on probation. You understand I can send you to TJJD because of this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure that on no uncertain terms that you understand I can send you to TJJD based on what you've already done. Not even look at the future, but what you've done in the past, you've done enough that this could happen. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So going forward, Felicity, what you have to understand is you've got to impress me. Impress me, okay? You've got to act like a 15-year-old or 14-year-old girl, okay? If you want to be treated like a 30-year-old lady, then I'll treat you like a 30-year-old lady. But if you want to be treated like a 14-year-old, where I'll give you chances and I'll work with you, I'll try and find a way to put you in a better position in life with your mom, with your aunt, or wherever, then you got to act like a 14-year-old child, okay? That doesn't mean be a brat. That means stop trying to be an adult, okay? That's what I'm expecting from you. If you act like a juvenile and you want to be treated like a juvenile, I'll treat you like a juvenile. But if you're going to try and act like a grown-up, I'm going to treat you like a grown-up, okay? I'm trying to make this as simple and as clear as possible. I'm trying to show you respect by not hiding my words, but by putting it all out there. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that being said, so there's going to be some interviews and some questions. If I find out that you're hiding information, that you're not being truthful, right? That you're trying to protect people, then you're acting like an adult. I'm going to treat you like an adult. It's very, very simple. Either you're a child or you're not a child. And you're the one that is controlling this story. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mom, Aunt, I understand your concern. And are you convinced that Felicity's not going to run away if I release her to you?
Well, I'm not convinced. I'm just praying that she doesn't. I mean, I would have never thought she would have did it this last time.
So Felicity, how long do I have to keep you here to convince you not to run away?
Can you repeat that?
How long do I have to keep you here to convince you not to run away?
I already convinced myself that I'm not going to run away, so I'll say not any longer.
Okay, so you understand that Judge Kim is not happy about the idea of a 14-year-old girl living on the streets or on couches or in any place but her home that her mom approves. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand I am not going to tolerate you running away again. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
This goes back to if you want me to treat you like a 14-year-old young lady, I will treat you like a 14-year-old young lady. But if you want to act like a grown-up, I'm going to treat you like a grown-up. And grown-ups, I'll just keep back here because I can't keep them from running away. Right?
Yes,
we're communicating right now, right?
Yes, sir.
You understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'm saying, what your mom is saying, what your auntie is saying is stop trying to grow up. Just be 14. Just be 14. And 14 means sometimes you get in fights with mom, and that's okay. Because mom, believe it or not, she got in arguments with her mom too when she was 14. That's just the way it is, right? It's okay to be frustrated. Okay? It's okay to be upset. It's not okay to go run off somewhere. It's not okay to be somewhere that your mom doesn't know about or doesn't approve of, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been here long enough to know about Judge Kim and know how I act and how I think, right?
Yes,
you understand, I don't play around with foolishness. If you're going to be a fool, I'll treat you like a fool. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if I put an EM on you, are you going to cut it off?
No, sir.
If I put an EM on you and tell you that you got to stay home, are you going to stay home?
Yes, sir.
So if we have an uncomfortable conversation later on, because you cut off your EM and ran off, you understand, you don't have a whole lot to say to me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're asking me to trust you?
Yes, sir.
I'll trust you. Okay? But you got to participate. You got to participate in those interviews. You got to stay, you got to sleep where you're supposed to sleep every night, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Felicity.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Colbert, if you can, let's see, this one is, whose case is it? It's Ms. Castillo's. Mr. Colbert?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can pass a message on for her to follow up with me on this one and keep me appraised of what's going on, especially with the forensic interviews.
Will do, Your Honor. Would you like that communication via email?
Yeah, email's great.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Colbert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clay. So what is this? Paris Heath. Oh, that's in person. All right. So all right. So at this point, in compliance with Texas Family Code, Chapter 54.08C, which states that any proceeding involving children under the age of 14 shall be closed to the public.
Absolutely that it is dangerous that she's meeting people on Instagram. However, I just want to again point out my illustrious, that's the wrong word, my infamous, again, wrong word, whatever. I spent a lot of time on Yahoo chat rooms when I was younger, unsupervised, absolutely being inappropriately talked to. And that's not okay. But it's not in itself going to lure every person. It's not. There's still, the best and most important thing is, yeah, like I never went and met anybody. I've talked to very, very many people, but I would never meet anybody, and I would protect my privacy the best I could. But the problem when you have kids that are not savvy like that, right? They don't understand. So like what I do when I explain to my daughter who's 14, and I started at a much younger age, and her friends, and I do it with them all together. The first thing that I want that I make sure they understand is that one day somebody online might have them take pictures or do something that they might be embarrassed about, and then they might tell them that there's no way in the world to fix that problem. And that if they tell their parents, me, or whatever, that they're going to get in trouble and that they're going to send it to everybody. And that the thing they need to understand is that person's a liar and I will fucking find them. And there is absolutely nothing that I can't fix. So that might happen one day. It might be embarrassing, but this is what we need to talk about. So since the kids were young, I've explained to them, don't ever feel like if somebody tells you you're alone and there's nothing that can be done to help you and your family will hate you, that's the danger, okay? When a kid feels like they don't have somebody to come to and talk about this. I'm not even talking about bullying from schools. I'm talking about there's a risk of kids who talk. If I said don't talk to strangers, it'd be a stupid instruction. That's not the reality. The reality, what I want to teach them is, hey, know when your personal boundaries feel crossed, and if you need help, know that you can come to me and ask for that help without feeling judged. That's really the message that I give to them and that I want them to understand. The other one is that corn, as they call it on here, is fake. That's not actually what it really looks like. So that's not a great place to get real data about what you should do or shouldn't do, etc. So that is, remember, I was like 10 years old. No, in 1995, I was 8 years old. No, I was 7. And I remember like having my own Hotmail address by well before the year 2000. So, 8, 9, 10. I was probably 10 years old by myself on the internet, at the same internet as you. And I'm an 88 baby. I did the math very slowly there. Um, so porn might be real for some people, but what I'm trying to explain is that it's not, anyways, it's not a great role model to have a great sex life. You can have that, and it often will never look like what you see in corn. There's nothing wrong with corn. I'm 88. I'm reading the chat. I was born in 1988. That's the truth. So what that means is I really straddled the internet. That was fun. Replace the C with P, John. So, yeah, I've been online for a really long time in that sense. And I've also been like, I used to play chat trivia. That's why I want to get it back into this chat. Like, I loved that. I really like the interaction with chat. The average time, the people are really, really nice, good quality people. Yes, but this is the thing about being a girl, a pretty girl, a person, whatever these days. When somebody, like, you just have to be willing to, here's the thing. When I smile, when I am happy, other people seem to smile and are happy. And so I've learned to enjoy that and recognize, like, oh, you know, you can make people happy by being pretty. And that sounds sort of full of myself, but I went through high school not thinking I was very pretty at all. Never wearing dresses, nothing like that. I was really self-conscious with myself, and I never ever believed that. But as I've grown older, I've really come into my own sort of happiness of who I am and what I can do with a smile or being, happy. And I think part of that is also knowing how to diffuse situations and divert problems and manipulate, if you want to call it that, through the world. And what I find is that people either are unable to do that because they don't have the ability or the knowledge, but also sometimes people just aren't there. And um, I I think it's better to sort of meet people where they're at and try your best to help a situation. Um, and I try and do that with all the kids that come through my house, anyways. But I only have one daughter, and that's pretty important because you know, straight up focused on one. I realized really early, I was like, oh, I can't have more than one kid because this is very difficult work. This is a very difficult job. Oh my God. Holy shit. They want to eat 3 times a day, every single day. And guess what? They lure you into that for the first, well, I breastfed for 2.5 years, but like for the first like while, you don't have to cook anything. And then hungry. I'm just kidding, guys. Okay, let's see here if we have, oh, we do. I do have one more. I can hear her talking in the room and laughing. Oh, he's back. There's pink. There are too many bad people out there on the internet. So you have to basically protect with knowledge people, as opposed to say, don't send pictures of yourself on the internet, don't talk to strangers. Those are absolutely ridiculous requests. That's not going to be realistic. What's better is know what you're sending can always be brought back. That's a good rule of thumb to live by on the internet. But you shouldn't necessarily be afraid of everybody. That's something that I don't want either. I'm also trying to be a role model of somebody who's not a bystander. I step into situations when there might be a problem, and I get told a lot, you shouldn't say something like that. You shouldn't talk like that. Well, you know what? I already do. This is the fucking way it is. And I think it's important. Like, I was driving down the street the other day, probably a month ago, with my daughter in the car, and our downtown is filled with people that are having mental health crises and also on drugs. And it's frustrating as a resident because you see it all the time. You can become numb to it. I saw this girl standing in the road in the intersection ahead of us, and the cars sort of just like dodged around her a little bit, and she was just walking and really not clearing the intersection at all. She was in the road. And I like was driving my car, and I rolled up beside her and I rolled down the window and I was like, "Hey, what are you doing in the road?" And she looked in, and my daughter was right there. And I said, "You're going to get hit, and you're worth more than that. I don't know what's going on, but you got to get out of the road." And she sort of looked at me, and she was like half engaging, half and not. She walked off the road. I just drove after that, but the everybody else drove by, and I'm trying to teach my daughter not to do that. But most people will say you put yourself in dangerous situations, and the reality is I don't believe that. I think, and Jonathan's mentioning the bus. So like literally yesterday I was on the bus downtown, and again, I live in Canada. So another thing is I really have very little concern about violent crime, and I also have a very good methodology of dealing with people that are upset, and you'll see that in effect. But basically, I was on the bus and somebody literally went off the rails, and he was just having a mental health crisis. Like, he was probably schizophrenic or in a drug-induced psychosis. And I began like audio taping it, and he was just he did sound like a sovereign citizen, because he was like, I am talking about downtown Victoria, yeah. And so he was a sovereign citizen type. The words he said, frauditor and fraud, and I was just like, what is happening? Like, the courts are following me. And I was maybe sitting 5 seats away from him. And he went off, and literally nobody said anything for like the first 2 minutes. He was yelling, swearing, cussing, but for 3 minutes anyways. And in Canada, you don't really, well, in Victoria, where I live in British Columbia, you do not talk on the bus. It's an unspoken sort of rule. But like, you don't talk on your cell phone, and you don't talk to other people for the most part. So it's a pretty silent experience standardly. Even if you were with friends, you would be quiet while on the bus. And so this guy's yelling quite loud. We go through a couple stops, and one of the dudes like starts freaking out, and he's like, "Oh, you need to get this guy off the bus. Get this guy off the bus." And I'm like, "My man, they're going to clear us off the bus before they clear him off the bus because of safety. They're not going to just kick him off the bus and let us just go on. It'll just be more difficult. And then I got into talking with the dude who was having the crisis, just sort of trying to like converse with him. That was a little bit funny. Anyways, my brain sort of clicked after a minute and I was like, hey, do you want some weed? And he was like, what? And he sort of, and I was like, yeah, if you get off the bus right now, I'll give you some weed. And he sort of like thought I was kidding. And I was like, no, seriously, I got it right here. And I did. I coaxed him off the bus. He grabbed his stuff. He walked and I gave him the weed and then we were able to drive on the bus. And it took a lot less time than it would have if we had to involve the cops and we had to clear the bus and we had to clear everybody dealing with it. And honestly, I know for a fact those types of de-escalation techniques are hard to find, I guess, for some people, but for me, it's pretty standard. Anytime I've ever walked downtown and somebody's been upset or angry, and I've literally stopped fights between people. And I know people are like, that's really dumb and stupid. But again, you offer them drugs like marijuana. You're like, hey, and I used to, if I had pre-rolls, I'd be like, hey, do you want a joint? And like right away, you immediately diffuse the situation. That's valuable. That's like, what? Hold on. This person's approaching this differently with me. And then you speak with them. And ask, I'm usually like, what's going on? Where are you from? What's the dealio? And a lot of people don't give people that kind of respect. And you know what? The dude on the bus that was getting mad at the dude having the health crisis was one that I spoke way firmer to, if in the video anyways. Like you'll hear my tone of voice with the guy who was having a mental health crisis was never angry. It was never upset. It was trying to lighten it and de-escalate. But the other dude who was yelling and escalating the situation unnecessarily, I was like, hey, buddy, listen up. Like, I treat people based on what they're able to give me. And that dude's Karen, but that's my idea of a reverse Karen, a knee wrap. Somebody utilizing my Karen privilege as a knee rack or a reverse Karen to be a good person. So I sort of did get a round of applause from people on the bus. They were like quite happy. And here's the other thing. I wasn't lying to the dude and I wasn't about to jip him either. I gave him some weed and it was better for everybody. It's just the way that situation, literally probably the best case scenario for anybody there. And all it cost extra was to me for my time and my weed. So anyways, let's finish this last one before we call it a night for tonight. It's definitely not as long as our other streams have been, but we'll get back to those too. But yeah, and if you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you would also give out weed on the bus if you had it to somebody. Let's go, amigos.
So this is a detention docket for the 323rd District Court on Friday, October 30th, 2020, otherwise known as Stephanie Hester Day. And so we are here on Zoom in compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 25 related to the coronavirus. And so we are not conducting these proceedings in person, but remotely as it is possible. However, to comply with the Texas Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube. No one may copy, record, publish any portion of this recording or court proceeding. Violations are punishable by contempt of up to 6 months in Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. And then, let's see, let's verify. If you are here simply to observe because you're a victim, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to leave the Zoom session and go to YouTube to observe. Otherwise, if you are a participant, then I do expect your camera to be on. Ms. Latrina Horton. Ms. Horton, please turn your camera on. Okay, so I've removed her. All right, so we'll go ahead and start with Roderick Jones. Mr. Jones, I'm Judge Kim. It's been 10 days since I've seen you last. I want to see how you're doing, check up on you, make a decision to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. So, Mr. Jones, you're 15 years old. This is, let's see, brought in by Arlington PD on a warrant for the, let's see, police were dispatched to a family's home about a shooting. When police got there, met with the victims. Victim opened the door, said he woke to a loud noise. Heard Lucas's mother voice pleading with him not to shoot her with the sound of gunfire. When he left, Lucas pointed a revolver at him. Lucas pulled the trigger the second time, but the weapon was out of ammunition. And okay, so there's a friend spending. Oh, that's right. This is one spending the night. They were to hit a lick. They were supposed to rob the mom's boyfriend. And let's see. According to witness, Roderick and Lucas woke up early. Roderick used a 9mm handgun to kill Chris, and then Roderick left. So went back to Roderick's house, gave the handguns to Roderick's brother, and then Roderick was released to his mom after he was seen by a magistrate and chose not to speak. Later on, there's a warrant, search warrant, which found the guns and surveillance video and audio. And a male resembling Roderick can be heard stating, "Shit, give me the guns," right before the companion gave the weapon. All right, so we have a setting on December 12th for announcement. Mr. Adniji, is he here?
I don't see him present, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Adler is going to substitute in that. All right, Mr. Jones, the nature of this offense, I guess the parent's not here either. All right, the nature of the offense was, it's a child involving guns, first of all, and then also it resulted in the death of an individual. Part of why I have such a big problem with children having guns. I feel like if I release you, you'd be a danger to the community. I'm also concerned that you would abscond. So I'm going to go ahead and detain you. There is a court setting. There's a chance there's going to be a jury trial. Your trial would be scheduled for February, just so you understand kind of the time frame of what's going on. I do appreciate your level 1 outstanding. That is certainly evidence that your attorney can use in your favor at your trial. All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. We have Marion King.
Judge, be advised that youth has refused to participate today.
Can't refuse. So go ahead and make arrangements for you brought in. If you can't be brought into Zoom, let's go ahead and bring him to the courtroom. I'm going to put this paper to the side, but thank you for letting me know. We'll wait for him.
Judge, we would waive. I mean, it's the capital murder case. It's this is King, right?
Yes, this is King.
This is capital murder case. He's not going to be released, so we'll waive.
Is he level 1-0?
Yes, sir, I believe
Yes,
so.
he is. Okay. So, Mr. Gladstone, you're waiving the hearing?
Yes, I am, Judge.
All right, absolutely. I'll allow the waiver. There'll be paperwork. If you could, are you in the building? You're at home, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, we'll go ahead and send you a copy just so you can e-sign it and send it back to us.
Sounds good. Have a good weekend, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladstone. You too.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I was here for Ronnie Mitchell, so may I be dismissed?
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
Good
Reyes.
morning,
Have a
brother.
good weekend.
Actually, I got one more. Sorry, I gotta stay.
Oh, Mr. Reyes, can you do me a favor? I don't know if that security control officer heard that he's waiving, but can you call down to the detention center and let him know we do not need Mr. King?
Absolutely, yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I heard you, sir. I got that.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Parish Marchbanks.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Taylor. So wait, is the mom here?
She is. She's in the parent courtroom.
Okay, Mr. Marchbanks, this is a detention. I just saw you yesterday,
Yes, that's correct.
and there is, actually, you know, this is for me to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent, and you have the right to an attorney. And Ms. Taylor, you have requested this detention hearing. Can you, for what purpose?
Your Honor, I'm holding the respondent's work schedule. He works at Whataburger. This is his first time in the detention facility. He's scheduled to be at work tonight at 5 p.m. to work till 11 p.m. Tomorrow, he's scheduled 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. and then 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. So basically 7 to 4. Sunday, he's scheduled 10 to 4. And it would cause great problems. I understand the court's position and I understand the court policies, and this court is extremely consistent. And you asked him the question, he gave you an honest answer. You said you would release him in 3 days. I very much respect the court's position, and
If he was level 1-0.
He just came in.
I'm saying it would be 3 days if he was level 1-0 in 3 days.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm asking you to change your mind, and I've got several good reasons. Number one is this work schedule. Number two is I'm holding a letter from Keller Independent School District at Central High School where this alleged offense occurred, for which he's being held. And I've provided a copy of this letter to Janet Farmer, the DA. I just received it this morning. Ms. Farmer just received it this morning, and I know she's been very busy because I've had 2 cases with her already today. So I don't know that she's had an opportunity to read it, but it basically says the offense did not occur. And it is signed by the principal, Liz Russo, by the principal of Central High School. Mother, I know, has a lot to say to you. She's going to be happy to answer any questions you have. Level of supervision in the home is phenomenal. This child has not been in trouble before. We're very much respectfully urging you to release him so he can get to work this weekend.
All right. So Parrish, got a question for you, okay? Ms. Taylor, you don't mind if I ask a couple kind of non-incriminatory questions, right?
Of course not, Judge.
Okay. All right, so Parrish, a couple questions for you. Do you understand, so the situation you're in now, and I understand, I wasn't there, I don't know any facts, I haven't talked to any witnesses, okay? But given the situation, do you understand how there are times in life that a person can put themselves into a situation where even if they did nothing wrong, it could look so bad that they get caught up and catch a case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So knowing that, and then I hope you appreciate the fact that you're a young black male, right? Statistically, there's that opportunity is greater for you to be caught up in a situation that you did nothing wrong. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we can't change the fact that a lot of times people get caught up in bad situations, even if they did nothing wrong. We can't change the fact that your color of your skin is the color of your skin, right?
Yes, sir.
So knowing this, I hope this is an opportunity for you to understand that sometimes you just have to remove yourself from a situation, not because you have to, but just because it's just better to. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. So going forward, I don't want you to lose your job over this. You have no history with this department. I'm flexible and willing to change my mind and go ahead and let you go. All right. This doesn't mean that we can't refer you if further evidence comes in, but otherwise, based on your behavior yesterday, as respectful and responsible as you seemed yesterday, your mom's demeanor, and I can obviously tell that she is very concerned and has is actually a very good parent and providing adequate care and supervision for you, I don't mind letting you go. So I'm glad, Ms. Taylor, that you brought this back to the court's attention. I certainly can adjust things, but Parrish, hopefully this is a really good learning moment for you. Fair enough?
Sure.
All right, go. Don't lose your job.
Thank you, Ms.
very
Taylor.
much.
Nathaniel Pena. All right, Mr. Pena, there you are. All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm going to review your case, decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, the law says you get to see a judge every 10 days. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. All right, so Nathaniel, you just turned 17. And let's see, we released you on electronic monitor back in September. Let's see, you had a July aggravated robbery case. We released you on electronic monitor. In September. You were released on September 8th on the electronic monitor when you got picked up for a warrant on the aggravated robbery case from his home. All right, Ms. Blair, I'm losing, like, why?
Your Honor, he was on the electronic monitor, and then they had sent this warrant out. They issued this warrant on September 28th, and they picked him up from his house on October 1st.
Why was he on electronic monitor for the August 7th terroristic threat charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so there was, in July, there was a call, a robbery call at a business. They said Hispanic male, red hoodie, black pants, black ski mask, black shoes, and blue rubber gloves with a black handgun entered the business, pointed the gun, demanded money, complied, and that person took $1,000 in various bills. They left the store and got into a white vehicle and left. In August, Haltom City contacted Fort Worth, said they identified the suspect. And in August, Richland Hills was dispatched to a suspect with a gun call. They found Nathaniel with 5 other people living in the home. When they got there, they got officers search, consent to search the house, found the gun, found a black backpack containing narcotics, clothing, and a handgun. Sent the photo to Fort Worth PD, and it matched the clothing and handgun used in robbery. So there's a search warrant on the phone, and they reviewed the data, found an old message about from Nathaniel that said, "All them licks and stoves I hit, all them people I scared." So. Okay, so there's a warrant issued. October found Nathaniel at a motel where he and his mom lived. So, Mr. Pena, just based on the seriousness of the offense, I have a problem with kids with guns. You know how I stand on that. Is a parent here?
She's on Zoom, Your Honor.
She is on Zoom?
Mm-hmm. Monica Pena.
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, there we go, Monica. All right, thank you. Yeah, Mom, I just have a very hard line with children and guns. People, just a lot of people are dying unnecessarily at the hands of children or getting severely injured. So I'm very hesitant to release children that use weapons in the commission of an offense. All right, that doesn't mean I never do. It just means it's a very slow process for me.
Right, I understand.
Okay, so I'm not saying Nathaniel did it. I'm saying just based on the information that I have. Nathaniel, I do see that you're level 1 outstanding, which I'm very pleased to see, and you have been actually for 22 days, and that's outstanding. I'm impressed because that's not easy, because that means you're not even dropping down to 2 acceptable, right? Okay. You actually made me pause and think a little bit harder about this one. It's a slow process, Nathaniel, okay? I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm just saying just bear with me because of the type of offense. Now, that being said, you are 17 years old, right? And you understand that you're earning your keep here by being level 1 outstanding. Otherwise, I would send you down to county lockup because you are 17. So I'm glad to see your level 1-0. Please keep it up. Part of it, and one side it helps you because you get to stay here. Another side it helps you because each time it makes it harder and harder for me to keep you here. Okay, until one day you keep it up, one day I will release you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pena.
Yes, sir.
All right, Jalen Rice.
Your Honor, we're having a little bit of difficulty with Mr. Rice. He's not wanting to exit his room, and
he doesn't have a choice.
I've got the laptop in here with us.
Yeah, law says we have to see him within 2 days. And I'm not, you may be working tomorrow, but I'm not.
I have the laptop in the room with him, sir.
Okay. If you can turn the video on.
Roll over.
Yeah, you need to sit up. So why is he not even dressed? All right, turn the camera off. We'll do this one later on. Mr. Rice, if you're trying to impress me, this is not the way to impress me. Stephanie, let's go ahead and set him. Like, is he on supervision right now?
Your Honor, I think we're set for a certification hearing at some point. He didn't show up last time for our hearing or our, I guess it wasn't our hearing, but our, I guess, pre-trial or whatever you want to call it, status conference.
Right.
That was on October 6th.
Your Honor, he's got a shirt on now.
Okay, first of all, he's 17 years old, so we're going to go ahead and send him downtown. If he's going to act like a fool, he's going to act like a fool in downtown lockup. All right, second, and Mr. Willett, whenever you do the certification, do the certification. Mr. Rice, you can leave the camera off. So, Mr. Rice, this is your detention hearing. Whenever your kid comes in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. And I get to decide whether to keep you here or release you. I keep you in detention. I'm not letting you out until your hearing's over. And you're going to stay in downtown lockup until your hearing is done. All right? You do have a right to attorney. Mr. Willis, your attorney here. You have a right to say nothing. You have the right to remain silent, and I advise you to say nothing. Nothing at this point can help you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Sorry? Oh, good. Mr. Willett, I think 11:23 is.
I don't know. I wasn't watching.
Yeah, okay. Your Honor, I don't think we had a date yet because he wasn't there on the 6th, and I just knew he got picked up just now. So that's fine. The date's fine.
Mary just said it right now, so that's why you.
Okay. I was gonna say I don't know any dates yet, but okay. All right.
Officially are. Thank you, Mr. Willett.
Thanks.
All right. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn the docket over to Judge Porter, who's going to handle the remaining of the hearings. Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend. This is the last detention docket for last Friday of October, which is why all the judges have been wearing pink robes at detention hearings for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So, anyways, y'all have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, me too.
Thank you, Judge Kim. All right. Jadon Edward Brown.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Are you Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Reyes. All right, Mr. Brown, the law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Hall, is here. The court previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct. Mr. Brown, what is your level in the back?
It's a 3C, but
It's level 3 confined. What is your level supposed to be?
it's supposed to be a 1-0.
And it is not, is correct?
Yes, sir. Can I?
All right. Then on that basis, I find that you are going to be a danger to yourself or others if released. If you can't behave in the back, you can't behave in the free world.
Sir,
So you're going to be detained. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be dismissed?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Good to see
You have a
you.
nice weekend. Thank you, sir.
Quintis Dante Collier.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Are you Mr. Collier?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collier, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And Mr. Adeniji is not here, correct?
No, sir.
All
I
right,
don't see him.
All right, Mr. Adler, do you mind filling in?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct, more specifically the offenses of evading arrest, violation of court order because you're previously placed on probation, and potentially a new robbery. All right, Mr. Collier, what is your level in the back?
3-0.
What is this supposed to be?
1-0, sir.
All right. If you can't behave in the back, then I cannot believe that you will behave at home. And so on that basis, I'm going to order that you be detained as a danger to yourself or others. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Kevin Raul Garcia. Are you Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. The court previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct. Okay. Mr. Dotson, he's level 1A in the back. What is this I read about a report of him defacing county property?
Yes, Your Honor. Also, on the 25th, he lost his level because he had peer conflicts with 3 different young men in the back. He got a major for interaction, negative language. The defacing county property, I asked, and they haven't given me any details if he was writing on the wall. I don't have the exact detail of that, but that's usually what it is in detention when they put defacing property is he's wrote on some on the wall or peeled paint or something like that.
All right. Mr. Garcia, you're 15, right?
Sir.
15 and a half, actually. You know, when you get to be about 15, the judges expect you to be a little bit more mature in the back and to like be somebody that the younger kids back in detention will look up to. Defacing county property is not part of that, right? Okay. Mr. Adler, what are your thoughts?
Judge Porter, without really trying to violate any HIPAA issues, but this young man has mental health issues and has had them since age 9, and I'm not blaming that on his behavior in the back. I just want to make sure that he's getting the treatment that he should be getting while he's in detention. Had a long talk with his mom, and we really just want to make sure that at least the mental health part is getting taken care of.
Mr. Dodson, do you know anything about that?
He's, I'm going to get the exact dates. He should be, Dr. D was supposed to see him Wednesday. Let me see.
Yesterday, I mean, this past Wednesday or next Wednesday?
According to the nurse, he restarted his medicine in the back. They saw him last Wednesday.
Okay.
So I don't know if that coincides with his behavior. If he is taking his medicine, but for the last couple of days, he has not. At the last 5 days, he only has 1 day where he has outstanding behavior. He's been having issues with other peers.
And the reason he's back in detention this time is because we received a master tamper alert on his electronic monitor. He was told to come in to have it reattached, and then thereafter he kind of just walked away from the house. Is that correct?
Yes, when they told mom that they're going to be contacting her to make, because when he said it was off to bring the next day, when they called at 1:30 in the morning, he wasn't at home. He says he's on the roof. And when he came in the next day, they did look at the monitor and determined that it was tampered, that it just didn't fall off. That's the second time tampering the monitor also.
Okay. Mr. Adler, do you have any additional thoughts?
No, Your Honor, working with the moms so we can maybe have some type of plan for him to get all the wraparound services that maybe juvenile probation can offer him.
All right.
And to his credit, Your Honor, he did come back with a negative UA, so he has not been using drugs. He and mom have been making strides. Like I said, he's 15, so he's up and down, but she has been very faithful in trying to get all the services that she can for heaven. He has gotten better on the outside as far as going to treatments and trying to get stuff done. He just had the problem with the monitor, but he did not use any drugs this last time he was out. I just want to make sure he gets credit for that.
How are we doing, Mr. Adler, on getting services scheduled up and everything? Is that
not as quickly as I would like, but we're trying to get it done where, Judge, we just need to make sure he has the proper supervision at home. Not to say that mom is not trying. We all want him to succeed. So we're trying to line everything up at the same time.
all right? Then I'm going to give us a little bit longer time to get those dominoes in a row. Mr. Garcia, I'm going to order that you be detained today. I need you to get back to level 10 for me, right? Okay. Hold on. Look at me just for a second. Look at me just for a second. This is not all bad, okay? Because except for the minor blip yesterday, you've been doing really good, okay? I want you to see this as there's hope for you, and we're just trying to get everything lined up for you for when you do go home. And I think that's going to happen pretty quickly. Mr. Adler's really good at working his magic and making things happen. Mr. Adler, I've tried to see if we have a court setting for this, and I'm not showing that we do. If you'll double check me on that, and if we don't have a setting, if we might go ahead, and that way, sometimes people work better with deadlines.
Yes, sir.
And so that we can give Mr. Garcia a goal to look forward to.
I will be there in person first thing Monday morning on another case, Judge, and I'll set it with your court coordinator.
Sounds wonderful. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. That's going to be the order of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Faith Nicole Henley. Ms. Taylor, does she have a parent or guardian here today?
They were here for the 9:30 hearing. I believe they're still in the building.
All right.
I'm not seeing her probation officer either. I'm wondering if they don't know that we had a detention hearing after our adjudication dispo this morning.
Let's see.
Karina,
We're waiting.
She's here. I'll get her on in just a second. Hey, Ms. Taylor, was the case disposed of this morning?
It was.
Okay.
Well, not officially yet.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not officially disposed of yet.
That's correct.
She's been released. Hopefully the court's okay with that.
Oh, she has been released.
Okay, that explains why parents aren't here.
Karina is telling me the DA dismissed the case for DPP?
No.
Or just dismissed? I'm understanding it's a straight dismissal, Judge.
Has Judge Kim or Judge Terry signed the dismissal?
Probably not. But yeah, we've released, Judge.
All right, then we're going to move on.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Ms. Farmer, thank you for your help this morning.
Have a good Friday.
You too.
All right, Corbin Pittman.
Yes, Your Honor.
How are you, Mr. Basic?
I'm good. Yourself?
Better than I deserve.
It's Friday.
Yeehaw. All right, are you Mr. Pittman?
Yes,
All right, Mr. Pittman, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and Mr. Masick is your attorney and here to represent you. Mr. Nava, what brings Mr. Pittman back to court today?
Yes, sir. Mr. Pittman was referred in custody on the 15th of this month by Azle PD on charge of assault BI. That is the victim in this case. The report indicates that Corbin fled the house after he assaulted both his mom and father. When officers arrived, spoke with the parents. They indicated that they confronted Corbin about taking money out of his dad's wallet. Corbin did admit to doing so, but would not return it. That's when a verbal altercation turned physical, and mom slapped him, and then he punched and kicked his father in the face several times. Corbin slapped his mother. And then Corbin ran from the home, but police apprehended him. He was charged with 2 counts of family violence, assault BI. And then on the 3rd, he was pending a case for assault BI and injury. 3rd of March, when this occurred. We received this out of custody report on the 3rd of March. An offense occurred on the 13th of February of this year at school. SRO notified that altercation took place in the cafeteria. He saw the staff escorting Corbin outside the cafeteria and the victim to the office. They were placed in different offices. The officer went into the principal's office and watched a video where Corbin walked towards the victim as he was trying to leave the cafeteria. He walked up to him, pushed him onto a table, and began to hit him several times with a closed fist. The victim reported that Corbin began to bully him after he told the teacher that he saw Corbin smoking a vapor cigarette in the bathroom. Corbin at one point threatened to get the victim, and then victim's mother also notified the police that her son has Asperger's syndrome, and she wanted to pursue charges. And then he did provide a drug test after several days of being detained on the 20th, which was positive for THC. He also did do a hair follicle test, but those results haven't come back yet.
Mom and Dad, did it surprise you that the drug test came back positive for marijuana?
No.
How long do you think he's been using illegal drugs?
Probably at least 3 or 4 months that I know of.
Jorge, Mr. Pittman is level 1-0 in the back, correct? And has been for the last 6.5, 7 days?
Yes, sir.
Mom and Dad, what are your thoughts? Do you think your son should come home today?
You know, he's apologized, and I've let him know that apology means nothing. His actions are going to really let me know, and I'll be the first one to call his probation officer or the police or whoever I need to call if he does not act how he's supposed to act.
Before he came in this last time, was he doing online school?
Yes.
Was he doing all of his work like he was supposed to?
No.
Okay. And was it just one class? Was it all classes, or?
It was all classes.
Do you want him to come home today?
I do.
if he's gonna go back to the Corbin, I know he can be. And I'll be able to tell immediately if that's gonna happen.
Dad, what are your thoughts?
I just want what's best for him and wanting to act like a normal 14-year-old.
Okay. Corbin, you have been level 1-0 the last 6.5 days. I'm going to authorize your release. However, I'm going to release you on the electronic monitor, which means you're essentially locked up at your house. You can't go anywhere else. That's the first condition. If you violate that electronic monitor, if you tamper with it, you knock it off, you're coming back to detention. Second requirement is you must complete all of your schoolwork on time. Okay? If you fail to complete one project when it is due, if you fail to attend a single online class like you're supposed to, guess what? You're coming back to detention where I can make sure that you're going to school and doing all your work like you're supposed to.
Yes, sir.
All right? No excuses, no exceptions.
Yes, sir.
All right? You need to act like a 14-year-old. 14-year-olds don't go around smoking dope. 14-year-olds don't go around slapping their mom. 14-year-olds don't go around using drugs and skipping classes and acting a fool. You have one job in life right now, and that's to be a kid. And kids are supposed to learn and listen to their parents. All right?
Yeah.
If you will do just that one thing, you and I will never have to see each other again, okay?
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I'm going to authorize his release today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, please don't bring in the next child. The law says when a child is under the age of 14, that there's the presumption that the child's interest in privacy outweighs the public's right to participate and watch the hearing of the child who may be under 14, unless there's been a showing that the public's interest in participating or watching in the hearing outweighs the privacy interests of the child. No such showing has been made pursuant to 5408 of the Texas Family Code. Accordingly, the court will close the remainder of the hearings or hearing to the general public and stop the live stream.
YouTube Daddy listens. Look at what he put on next. Do you see that? Grady Judd thing that we were talking about at the beginning of the stream. You think that's a fucking mistake? You're so smart, YouTube Daddy. You're so smart. I don't know about the rules on that one yet, so I need to just learn about it before I play his stuff. I so appreciate you all coming tonight and checking in. We are fast on our way to 1,000 subscribers. I assume anybody in here is already subscribed and you're in the OG first 1,000. So, we have lots of fun things coming up. I'm working on lots of things. We don't have the divorce until the end of May. Thank God. Everybody can get some therapy. Yeah. I have a couple fun things in the pipeline as we go, and I appreciate all of you being here. Please, please be kind to somebody tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Smile. I hope I made you laugh maybe once. Come back tomorrow check out Credence and Bishop, check out Looking at Legal Stuff, check out, or Credence and Mikey, sorry, Mikey, baby. Time Served, obviously, and then me tomorrow night. I love you all. Thank you so much for coming to the kitchen. It's been a blast. And I seriously love hanging out, watching court. And you know, we are your people. If you're addicted to court just like us, these are your people. Okay? Anyways, guys, I will talk to you tomorrow. I will see you then. Thank you again so much. Hit that like button on your way out if you haven't, but don't unhit it. Like, let's be careful because it is late. So, anyways, I love you. Have a great night. I'll talk to you later. Bye.